Hey everyone, this is Jake Symbol ASMR, and this will be part 2 of my relaxing Silent Hill F long play. If you missed part 1, the link will be below. We'll be going from the end of the school to the end of the game, the first ending. So thanks so much for being here. You saved my life and laid claim to my soul. In turn, I shall save your soul by claiming the life of your old self. This is Fox Mask speaking to us as we awaken once again in the dark shrine after we'd fallen unconscious when drinking the water he gave us. Do not push yourself. You need to rest. I can get up. The purifying water was perhaps too strong for you. You were far more delicate than I had realized. But you did well to make it this far, Hinako. Now, onward we go. And Fox Mask leads us back toward the dark shrine. The next section, once again disappearing, leaving Hinako alone. Like he has before, and like Shu did as we were leaving Senitsuki Shrine. So we get this hint of the idea that Hinako is actually alone in this large, strange place. Fox Mask is always just ahead of her, out of her reach, where she can't stop and ask questions. However, as we'll see, she seems to know exactly where to go and what to do. I will go ahead and make arrangements. Come bid your farewells. Yes. Fox Mask disappears behind the door. So there are 3 doors here, and we need to go into them. And I'm not going to hold you gameplay-wise, this is not my favorite part of the game. Unfortunately, we're starting with this part, but story-wise, it is very interesting and sinister. We have a new entry on Abisugaoka Middle School to read. A world that's not a playground like elementary school, but not as mature as high school. Middle school to me was like the stage between a tadpole and a frog. I guess you could say it's a period of grotesque transformations. Up until elementary school, Shu and I would have water fights and we wouldn't mind if our underwear showed. Once we were entered middle school, though, while we might not have paid any mind to things like that, others around us did. It just felt like our world changed in a snap. Boys and girls used to think of one another as mortal enemies, always bickering and fighting each other. But now, it's suddenly turned into such a weird dynamic, where we have to treat each other in a completely different way. It's fine for people who want to do that because the people around them are doing the same. But for someone like me, who really couldn't care less about what people think, that's not the case. There was a typo in there, were entered, so don't blame me. There are times when those kind eyes that watch me through the slits of the fox mask turn frighteningly sharp. It's as if he is looking right through me, piercing the very depths of my soul. When we walk hand in hand, he always stays one step ahead, as if guiding me somewhere. With my hand in his, I can keep my eyes cast down towards my feet when I walk. When he tugs gently on my hand, I know what true happiness is. I don't have to think about anything anymore. As long as I do what he tells me, I know I will be happy. That was our new entry on Fox Mask. This maybe explains Hinako's behavior in the Dark Shrine. She seems very enamored of Fox Mask, and seems to maybe be under an enchantment of some sort. Now, we press the button under the fox statue to open up the east door and head inside. And we find ourselves in a blue light that is the evil warding lamp we read about earlier. This is Sakuko's, Hinako remarks in disbelief, seeing that there appears to be a disturbingly detailed replica of Sakuko's house in the shrine. And here is Sakuko's parent-teacher journal. Just a note, as Sakuko's mother, I want to thank you for teaching my daughter. I wanted to apologize for what happened the other day on the field trip. It seems Sakuko caused a lot of trouble. My daughter has been that way ever since she was young. As a child, she always hated when we turned off the lights to go to bed, and she avoided dark movie theaters and tunnels like the plague. I mistakenly thought that she had overcome her fear of the dark, now that she's grown up. I believe the reason for her fear came back during the field trip is because she's unaccustomed to sleeping in a different environment. I gave her a stern talking to for behaving so shamefully at her age. She has since reflected on her behavior and is sorry for how she acted. Please accept both her and my apologies. Sucks for Sakuko. But with that, we actually get a new journal entry to read on Sakuko Igarashi. I think Sakuko may have read one too many of those bizarre comics. Lately, she'll be laughing all happily one moment, then turn deadly serious and spout off some weird nonsense the next. Apparently, she's acting like that because she thinks it's cool, but it kind of creeped me out the first few times she did it. I hope she gets over this weird, supernatural phase of hers. That was completely me in elementary school, as I thought it was cool to act like I was in touch with the other side, which is funny. In Sakuko's case, though, she is the heir to the shrine, the Senensuki, which worships the old tree, the faith that has fallen out of favor in Abisugaoka because it was destroyed by lightning. And some of her weird ramblings aren't just ghost stories that she's read, but they're about the ancient tree and the gods in Abisugaoka, hinting that maybe Sakuko, for who she is and who her mother is, who heard voices during puberty, which I've never heard of being a thing. Maybe she has some kind of insight. So we've just seen, upon killing this monster, that it is siphoned into the evil warding lamp that we read about in part 1. These evil warding lamps are Hinako. We hear Sakuko's voice. She is trapped somewhere. These evil warding lamps are hung all throughout Sakuko's portion, Sakuko's wing of this area of the Dark Shrine. If anyone knows of the symbolic significance of this, I'd love to hear your explanation or even just your ideas, because they are not found in Rinko's side. The lamps are very pretty, and it will be fun to think about them while we do this fuck-ass Legend of Zelda puzzle. I like Legend of Zelda. I don't love switch pulling, opening different passages puzzles, and I think it goes on too long. Here we have another Oyamoi. Oyamoi seem like a very Sakuko type monster, just all these dolls strung together, and the way they have that high-pitched voice, and they hopscotch around. They're so silly. This is the locker room at school, so this part is a lot like, this is like the nowhere zone or the labyrinth from previous games. Sakuko's diary. I hate gym class. Just looking at my gym clothes makes me depressed. They're holding a long-distance race at school soon. I know it's just an excuse for them to watch me come in last and laugh at me. I knew how lonely I would feel if everyone just left me in the dust, so I asked Rinko if she would hang back so we could run across the finish line together. And you know what? She said yes. I asked Hinako too, but she said no. She said it's because she's in a sports club and she'll get yelled at by the teacher if she doesn't try her best. Well, I suppose that makes sense, if it's true. The handwriting suddenly turns erratic, but I know the truth. I know it's really because you don't want to be held back by a slowpoke like me. I hope Hinako trips and falls and breaks all the bones in her body so she can never run again. The handwriting suddenly becomes evil, and all the notes in this section, we sort of see the true, darker thoughts of the writers of the letters, but whether they're true is not so simple, because it's really seems to be more of an image of them curated for a certain purpose. Just like most of this game, this part is one where there's a few layers. Hinako, where are you? Sakuko still calls for us. There's a few layers of what's happening in this part, all happening simultaneously and with equal levels of reality. One of them, and by the way, it should be understood, there will be spoilers in what I say. I won't say them too specifically, but there will be, I will allude to the kind of reveals of this game. But anyway, one of the layers is obviously the psychological of Hinako. She's seeing her mental images of her friends, and kind of spilling her insecurities into them and bringing them to life there in that way. So it's like from her perspective, she's uncovering the true hateful thoughts they have for her and how they aren't real friends and they secretly hate her. I just got my first shriveled opera age, which is Oinari-sama's favorite offering. So there's the psychological layer, and by losing her connection to her friends, by convincing herself that they aren't really her friends and that they hate her, it makes it easier for her to let them go. In fact, it entices her to cut them off completely, to kill them. And then there's the more supernatural, but still psychological layer of the fox god, convincing her that her worst fears about her friends are true, and that she needs to cut them off, needs to kill them in this sense, to give up her former connections and become a loyal member of the Inari clan, a loyal wife in the Inari clan, leaving behind all prior attachments, as is sort of the process in an arranged marriage, and pledging loyalty to the in-laws, and thereby the worshippers of Inari-sama. And that layer kind of has a more purely supernatural layer. which is that she is being manipulated into hating her old life, making it easier to give it up, and not just give it up, but rebuke it and destroy it. She's being charmed into doing this so that she can give Inari-sama power. We made a promise to each other that we'd be together forever, cries Sakuko. Rabbits. Sakuko loved rabbits. In this room is Sakuko's rabbit cage. That freak only has rabbits as friends. She should live with them in their little rabbit house. Hee hee. Sakuko mimics her bullies. Pages from an observation log. Hey, Mr. Rabbit, guess what? I made my first ever friend today. Her name is Shimizu Hinako. But Mr. Rabbit, she's my first ever real-life human friend, so I'm a little scared. What if she throws me away and forgets me? I'm so scared of that happening. When I told my new bestest friend Hinako this, she said she'd never ever abandon me. Not ever. She promised me. But you know what, Mr. Rabbit? The handwriting here suddenly turns erratic. What if Hinako breaks her promise? What if she betrays me? What if she's lying? No. I don't want to think about that. Hinako said she wouldn't ever leave me. She promised. I have to believe her, because that's what friends do, right? They believe in each other. Hinako, if you betray me, you'll pay. I'll make you pay and regret ever hurting me. Got it? So, Sakuko clearly has an issue with codependency or insecurity. She doesn't trust others. She has abandonment fears. And it sounds her sort of inner thoughts are sort of even stalkerish, sort of unhealthy, like a fatal attraction type thing. So, all of those layers I was talking about ultimately manifest and have their consequences in the mundane as well, or the material, the stable, sober world. Being that they are all true and real in their own way, and ultimately it manifests in her actually having to give up her friendships, say goodbye to her friends, And psychologically, it is easiest if she kills them, destroys those connections, and can justify destroying them instead of simply mourning them. So, that's what's going on in this section. And that's generally how it works throughout the game. In New Game Plus, which I plan to do a version of this for New Game Plus that doesn't show entire playthroughs but covers kind of cuts to everything that's new and interesting. So you'll see more of that eventually, but in New Game Plus we find notes that deal with worship and why do gods require worship, and why would a god be attracted and desire marriage to a mortal human. Sakuko's Diary. My family has served as caretakers of Senensugi Shrine for generations, but for the past few decades the shrine's popularity has been on the decline. When it came time for my dad to become the head priest, he declined the role and got a regular office job instead. Mom and Dad are always saying negative things about the shrine, that head priests are obsolete. Even my grandfather says the tradition of upkeeping Senensugi Shrine will die with his generation. I help out as a Miko at the shrine whenever an event's held. I love how dignified the rituals are and the way they make me feel like my soul is being cleansed. I'd like to be more than just a helper at the shrine. I think I'd like to become head priest one day. So that's interesting. Sakuko's Dream. This is what Hinako remarks when seeing the altar where the offerings are placed. So that comes into play too in New Game Plus. It's easy to overlook, but Sakuko wants to revive a faith that is in conflict with Inari-sama's. And I believe that Sakuko is touched with a bit of divine perception. And that perception sometimes appears as, or actually is, just superstition. And that's the thing about psychics or anyone related to extrasensory perception, or even moments of apparent extrasensory perception, even in real life. But more relevant is in our understanding of real life is that so much of it is quackery, and it's hard to distinguish charlatans from the real ones. Hinako, you came for me. I'm scared. Please get me out of here. We find Sakuko confined to a cage, and a note on a sheet of fine paper. Two must face each other as one to pray for mutual prosperity. Those who do so shall lift their heads to a level height as if they were reflections in a mirror, as custom dictates. With the shading of light shall you condemn the past to the dark. Some mutual prosperity. I'd like to think about that more. But I guess what I was saying is that psychics will show abilities while also actually being or appearing as charlatans. Hinako, help me. Because there's no pure psychic insight, there's no pure access to the spirit realm. It all is mediated through the real world. Like, even when an ordinary person sees a sign, a message, when they ask for a sign and they see it in the real world, they're seeing something actually happen in the material world that could easily have an explainable cause, but it is also a sign. Restraint lampshade. And over here is the Talon lampshade. And these lampshades will snuff out the light. What are you doing? Sakuko is terrified to see the light go out. No, I don't want to be alone, she pleads. And cries. Hinako, help me, don't leave me. I don't want to be alone. Wait, please don't go. We promised to stick together, you traitor. The candles go out. A draft blows through the room and takes care of the remaining flames, and the door closes, shutting out the light of the evil warding lantern, leaving Sakuko alone, completely in the dark. Her biggest fear, the dark. The white rabbit emblem key, obtained after bidding farewell to Sakuko. It seems to be able to open a door somewhere, and it's much bigger than a normal key, as if it was made for some huge creature to use. I never thought much about as if it was made for some huge creature to use, but that's really creepy. Reminds me of like fantasy lore about the ancient giants and things like that, but I think in this case, the huge creature is either Hinako's quote-unquote final form or the fox god, which we'll see later, way later, in New Game Plus, is quite huge. It is creepy though. We're in the dominion of someone greater than us. Omamori Bowl greatly decreases stamina consumed by heavy and charged attacks. It just has this eldritch feel to it, being made for something greater. Sort of like wandering into Cthulhu's territory. It is a physical place, but it is not made for us. Now that blessed hand mirror, there's mention of the mirror in the note for the lampshade puzzle in Sakuko's resting place that says a mirror. It's like two it's like a divine thing being reflected back to itself. I don't know if those are meant to have any resonance. Just I noticed the mirror being mentioned in the talk of I'm wondering if that puzzle has anything thematic to do with the joining of gods or something. The synthesis of religions, the coexistence. In the Dark Shrine we do find, in the second part of it, we find in the library there seems to be a book about mentioning Hinako's family, the Shimizus. So I'm looking at this right now. It became kind of dark a minute ago. I hope that the HDR was not turned off for this section. I think it's probably fine, but something changed because I was recording audio. The HDR turned off while I was recording audio. Okay, now we enter our next wing of the Dark Shrine, and there are cinders fluttering through the air. Hinako, you look even more beautiful today. It's Rinko, suspended nervously in a cage above a pit of lava. Now this part is very grotesque. I remember when the content rating, the Korean content rating, also I think ESRB was released well before this game's release date was even announced. I remember there was mention of someone being burned alive inside a cage, and I was like, oh my god, this game's gonna be gruesome. And it is. We are just starting. Everything up until this point, like in part 1 of this video, was like kid gloves, because this half of the game is just gritty and gruesome and cruel. But not to worry. I'm here with you, and here to remind you that it's just fiction. Of course, it's based on realities, but those aren't here right now. This part's going by much quicker when I'm watching it, and that's great. I would appreciate this part a lot more if it weren't so, frustrating and video gamey. It's ultimately not that long, but still. Now here's a note. Letter from Rinko to Hinako. Hinako, here, you'll feel better after eating this. Forget what those jerks said today, and don't worry, they'll be getting an earful from me. You just have to be yourself, Hinako. You can't worry about what other people say is normal. That's their normal, not yours. I'll always be looking out for you. Your best friend, Rinko. An unexpectedly sweet message. This is Chizuruya. No. I have to let go. I need to move on. These candies bring back memories. Interesting, considering as far as we know, she can still go to Chizuruya anytime. So this is Chizuruya replicated within the dark shrine. Here's another note. Rinko's secret journal. Why do I have to live here of all places? Shu lives all the way on the other side of town, meaning my dream of us walking home together will never come true. I remember how I organized everyone from class to go to Chizuruya together after school. We chatted as we walked, then went our separate ways home. The walk to the store was painfully short. Still, having just a few extra minutes that I could spend with Shu outside of school was all I could have asked for. So it's a secret journal, so we're seeing another image of Rinko as obsessive and possessive of Shu, and it's sort of what I think a side of what Hinako hates about women. We press the lamp goes red, and one of the chained monsters appears before us. It's like, sort of like an otherworld shift, like an instant, slight shift to another version of this room. Phew. The monster falls, and we find a new note in Rinko's secret journal. As we got closer to the store, our classmates would peel off one by one as they turned to go home. It was never just me and Shu on our own, but I didn't care. The handwriting here grows erratic and emotional. But of course, there was always a dirty little cockroach crawling all over Shu. I mean, come on. We're all walking home together. How about having a conversation that everyone else can join in on? Don't just go running off to your own little weird Space Wars world together. Rinko seems to be jealous that we can connect with Shu in a genuine, boyish way. Behind this candy jar, we find the leftward-facing fox crest, an emblem found in a strange room. It has some jutting out at the bottom that seems like it can be inserted somewhere. This is the emblem we will use to submerge Rinko. This toy has nails in it, and it's bleeding. I don't like these little scares here. I think they're corny. Ah, the candy box has guts in it. I don't know why they did these little Halloween-y things. I think it would have been better if it were like just weird or fit with other motifs. Here on this bench we find letter from Rinko to Hinako. Hinako, here, you'll feel better after eating this. The handwriting from here becomes erratic and emotional. I'm such a kind person, you know. Would someone who isn't kind give little treats with wonderful message to their sad friend? I am so kind. You just have to be yourself, Hinako, because whenever I'm by your side, I realize what an amazing person I am. Whenever I help you out, it makes me realize how kind I am. I'll always be looking out for both you and Sakuko, because when I look after you two pitiful creatures, it makes me feel so superior, like a teacher or a parent, or pet owner even, from your best friend, Rinko. This is a deceptive image of Rinko that is only performatively kind, that makes Hinako doubt her memories of genuine friendship and kindness from Rinko. Hinako, you remember, don't you? The day we first met, says Rinko, trying to fawn for her life. We place the emblem, and Rinko says, "You were off in dreamland, but I helped you countless times." Rinko alternates between fawning and pleading and bargaining. And it's actually kind of a gut-wrenching part of this game, because Rinko is begging for her life and trying to remind you of her kindness, and you're only seeing disingenuous, performative kindness. And I think what's most chilling about this part is how Hinako is completely silent the whole time. She's determined. Must be great to be you, Hinako. You've got it all. More bargaining, more. Now she turns to spite, actually. She's not really bargaining, she's just angry at us. She's showing what we see as her true colors. Some people don't even realize that, they definitely get that you're supposed to hate Rinko on their first playthrough, but they don't realize that they're not actually supposed to hate Rinko. It'll do me some good to finally be rid of the burden that is you. Rinko now seems to have accepted that Hinako has made up her mind, and now she's just cursing Hinako, which I really respect, because she doesn't go down begging. This part is it's unfortunate how drawn out and tedious this place can feel the first time, especially because it's really a turning point. Stuffed animals, fashion magazines, Rinko's room. Rinko's room is replicated here. Look at all of her books. This part is a turning point, and I'll talk about that more after we read this crumpled letter. Sorry for writing you a letter out of the blue. I know we could just talk at school, but when I'm around you, I always end up a hate. Whoever wrote it stopped writing here. Apparently it's a scrapped attempt. Hey, I know this is really last minute, but would you mind coming shopping with me on Sunday? I want to know what clothes would look cute on me, from a boy's perspective, that is. What do you think? The letter ends here, abruptly. I love you so much. You never leave my thoughts. Rinko. She's probably writing that to Shu, I believe. It could possibly be Hinako because Hinako knows Shu's male perspective. Now we're gonna have to click the lamp again and let the room turn red. So I was saying that this is a turning point in the game because we see a side of Hinako we haven't seen yet, a Hinako that we don't really know, and we start wondering if we actually know this Hinako that we're playing as. And in retrospect, this part is much more interesting because the next Dark Shrine section is where things really take a turn and you start to reevaluate everything that's happened so far. So now we will check Rinko's doll collection to find our next crest. First, another crumpled letter. Sorry, I know this must seem like it's coming out of nowhere, but what exactly is Hinako to you? Are you two just friends, or are you more than friends? I want you to tell me the truth. The letter stops here. I know this is none of my business, but could you keep your distance from Shu? You know, people tend to get the wrong idea when boys and girls our age spend too much time together. And you don't want to cause any issues for Shu, do you? You really should think more about how you behave. The letter ends here, abruptly. You're nothing but a fly. All you do is get in the way, get lost, or at the very least, shut your trap and stop bothering others, and quit buzzing around Shu all the damn time. It looks like the writer was trying to change their handwriting. Trying to change the handwriting is very interesting. Like, was Rinko supposedly trying to be someone else? I don't know what those are, but there's, some gross stuff on the doll. And the doll turns around. Oh no, its face is burned. And then, this last doll. We turn it around and, ew, gross. And we find the rightward facing Fox Crest. An emblem found in a strange room. It has some jutting out at the bottom that seems like it can be inserted somewhere. Same description as last time. I'm sorry I'm being such a hater on this part. I really like it in general as a story beat. I just think it was really phoned in its presentation. In the red version of Rinko's room, we see many drawings of Hinako. It looks like, I think it's Hinako. Like Rinko was obsessed with hating us. Or something like that. So this makes Rinko even scarier as like an obsessor. An obsessive hater of Hinako. She becomes, I don't know. But the more she hates her friend, hates and fears and is disgusted by her friend, the easier it will be to let go. I don't think this part is a simple projection of Hinako's insecurities. It's It's a manipulation of her memories and her vulnerabilities. It's an exploitation of her insecurities. Why you? Why do you get it all? Rinko kind of trash talking us. I want out of your world, she tells us. Which is creepy because this Rinko is like aware that she's in Hinako's this kind of personal nightmare architecture specific to Hinako. It's kind of existential, and it reminds me of, I know it's not necessarily existential, but I just really love lines with those existential implications, like she's kind of a fake image being used to manipulate us, and that we are using to console ourselves and even manipulate ourselves, but she has this moment of self-awareness that she's sort of just created for this purpose, to be dunked into lava and burned alive, and that's really scary. School. It all seems like ages ago, says Hinako, which is another suggestion about the temporality, considering the Hinako we know is still in school. Lunch, recess, friends. It's what Hinako says as if she'd forgotten about these things. Over on this shelf, we find the class observation log. In continuation from last semester, I'm to be class president once again. I hope we can make this another wonderful semester. The role of class president holds a lot of responsibilities, but I think I'm up to the task. Even when I was young, I always wanted to be the mom or big sister whenever I played house. I think it's because I really enjoy looking after others. I believe that every single student in our class has things they excel in, as well as things they could stand to work on. In my view, the purpose of a class president is to help others with their shortcomings so we can make school an enjoyable place for everyone. Nishida, Rinko. Rinko does not seem like a bad person in this note, and she seems very intelligent. So, we have to question why. I mean, a lot of people who play this game, like, it wants you to hate and be suspicious of Rinko on Hinako's behalf. But, and then here we are. And, there is another version of that note in the room. Class observation log. In continuation from last semester, I'm to be class president once again. I hope we can make this another wonderful semester. The handwriting turns wild and erratic. I love being class president because I get to look after all these lost causes. Even when I was young, I always enjoyed comparing myself to other, inferior kids and basking in my own superiority. When I pretend to care about others, I can please a lot of people. The losers I help, the people around me, and even my parents, and frankly, that makes me happy as well. Right now, I'm in charge of 2 girls who are the definition of morons. They're both so carefree and empty-headed, neither of them knows the first thing about fitting in. The only reason they have any friends at all in class is because I'm taking care of them. They fawn over me and tell me all the time how grateful they are. It feels amazing. I really, truly think that I was born to be class president. Signed, Nishida Rinko. This single desk classroom is maybe an homage to the Nowhere classroom in Silent Hill 1, where there is a single desk. Moving a bloody book aside, we find the forward-facing fox crest, the third of our crests with the same description. And as you may have seen, an oyomoi springs to life behind us. It's always, oh, not an oyomoi, the other things. I have to work so much harder for everything. I actually try, says Rinko, in one of her final attempts to not even plead for her life. We insert the last medal, and Rinko is dropped into the lava. Just for once, think about how he feels. You're a traitor. You played with his heart. Say you're sorry. Get on your knees and beg for forgiveness. Can't you hear me? Why don't you say something? Hinako. And the cage falls. No. No. Hinako has already stepped away from watching her friend die coldly. Obtained after bidding farewell to Rinko, it seems to be able to open a door somewhere, and it's much bigger than a normal key, as if it was made for some huge creature to use. That is the description of the tri-scale emblem key. Again, the intriguing mention of the fact that it's big enough for a huge creature to use. I think that is implying that it is usually used by the foxes themselves in the form that they appear in this game, because they are very large. But you don't know that until your second to fourth playthrough, depending on which ending you get. And I'm just gonna run back here and grab any items I missed. Damn, that was badass. I had charged up a focus attack and I just rammed that creature. So there's a YouTuber who is really good at explaining this game's lore, and I wish I'd discovered her before posting the first part of this so I could recommend it because she's got a very good, concise explanation of this game's lore. And that includes its implied connection to the other games, but also just makes the game make sense. And funny enough, I didn't find her until after I had come to my conclusions, but I still haven't mentioned her name. It's Tara A. Devlin. Tara Devlin, she does analysis of Japanese horror media. Here we have another door with Oinari-sama's emblem on it, which will not be accessible until New Game Plus. Definitely check out Tara Devlin's videos if you want to understand this game better. I think she's got the best explanation and analysis. She has a great one to start with. It's just the story of Silent Hill F explained like I'm 5. By the way, it's winter and the heat is on, and I hope you don't mind the occasional hum of my heater. I personally find it soothing, so. Hey partner, guess this is the last time I get to call you that, huh? That's Shu's voice from the other side of that door. And we are in this room with 6 pedestals. I had a truckload of these notebooks, filled out my entire closet. That's weird. Where'd it go? Oh well, not a big deal. That's just what it means to forget. Over here is a table with some of his, I guess, herbology stuff. She was such an interesting teenager. Lots of cabinets meant to hold medicines. Return what is lost. You really struggled to keep your first plant alive. Haha. Return what is lost. I worked my butt off on that kanji test so I could get this. Remember? I apologize for any vehicle noises in the background, but I kinda just want to get this video done. And it's a little too much sometimes to stop and start every time there's a vehicle sound. Partner, I need to know what your final decision is. And over here is a note, sheet of fine paper. Carry not any memory of what has come to pass beyond this point. Lay all bare upon the pedestal first. The door shall not open to those who harbor regret in their hearts. And that is what we are doing, is returning these missing mementos to these pedestals. We have a new entry on Shizuruya in our journal. Shu and I decided that this place was the Space Army HQ when we played Space Wars. When it wasn't just us playing, we would gather here to have mission briefings while eating candy. Ryukishi is so in touch with his inner child. And playing this game, you can remember what it was like to be a kid. This is the illustration for the light puzzle we did with Sakuko. You can see a fox and a rabbit. The rabbit being Sakuko's animal. And then this is the illustration for the memories puzzle we're about to do. which isn't much of a puzzle on, like, the only thing that changes with puzzle difficulties is how many objects you need to find. So it's even more of like an action difficulty thing because you have to expose yourself to like one more monster encounter or potentially miss it and have to run all the way through this thing again, which is trash. It happened to me once and it's just a huge pain. And this is a mystifying, beautiful area with all these cabinets and stuff. The medicine cabinet from Shu's place. And it's like kind of literally like misty, like there's incense in the air, and Hinako mentions the smell of herbs in the air. And again, I don't like that this kind of beautiful area is hard to appreciate just because of how kind of inconvenient, maybe annoying it can be. Again, this is probably the one area in the game where I will, like, be kind of like, will be this way, complaining, because otherwise I really don't. I really love this game. But, this area, this, like, recreation of Shu's house would do really well with one of those kind of gimmicky, you know, it's interesting because I feel like smells are supposed to be a big part of this game with all the herbs and medicines and incense and stuff being burned, and there should be some kind of scent diffuser that comes with some video games. Although I suppose you wouldn't want that with a lot of games, especially Silent Hill games. Now here is a drawing of a young Shimizu Hinako. Even if it was drawn by an elementary school student, it's still too bad. This is definitely drawn on purpose. There are all kinds of curses written on it, such as stupid, disgusting, etc. Kind of reminds me of the short message, rest in peace. I wonder who drew that though, was it Rinko? So if you aren't on the hardest puzzle difficulty, I don't think you get that object, which is interesting. So puzzle difficulty gives you like more items to pick up. Just tiny story lore objects. Still, I lament the game design of this part because there's such great atmosphere and such a chilling story to it, what with you like killing your friends, and yet you can end up possibly having to walk down this hallway again and encounter these reanimating monsters again, and it's just like, and it's all just to get one thing that you overlooked, because you can't just like go back inside. It's just stupid. And there didn't need to be the gate switches in this part are also kind of useless. The scent of herbs is overpowering, thinks Hinako. And that's what I was talking about with the scents. This place smells like herbs because Shu's family are herbalists. Looks like I'm using my RRA, which I don't use a lot on new games. I hate when my inventory starts getting full. Now we pull the lever, which is there for no reason. Like they literally didn't need to. Anyway, on a more positive note, we're about to see something crazy. We step into this chamber with a pulsing mass on the floor and candles all around, and we see this beast with messed up skin and hair and a hollowed face and tons of pregnant bellies, and it lays a fleshy egg. This is a real sleep story, isn't it? Just an absolutely grotesque and miserable and heavy-handed monster. And I don't say that in a bad way. It's like this creature design is an absolute scream of rage, representing Hinako's feelings toward the life of a married woman. And there's a larger meaning to it in that women have been referred to in Japanese politics as childbirthing machines. Also, my heat just turned back on, so enjoy the nice hum. But yeah, this is, finally, it's over, Hinako says. So that thing is ray gun. It has been used so many times that the paint is peeling off everywhere. It seems to have been bought for him at the festival. It's written in ballpoint pen, "Hide it. Hinako's going to steal it." So Shu's ray gun was hidden on one of the shelves here. And it's really cool and sweet that we get to find this ray gun that was so important to them. But in terms of design, I think it's very annoying that it was kind of placed on that shelf where it can be easily missed, and you might have to run all the way back through here for absolutely no reason. So take that to heart, Konami and Neobards. But now we have our journal entry on the childbirthing machine, as I'm going to call it. A monster covered in swollen, skin-crawling mounds. As each one pulses, it spawns more and more horrors. What a vile show of life. I'd rather die than turn into a monster like this. That's one of my favorite written journal entries. What a vile show of life. It's so grand in the way it's phrased, a vile show of life. And it displays how deep what's happening in this story goes. How significant something like marriage is. I think that to appreciate this game, you have to see significance in things that seem mundane. Significance that is there. Now here we have our third item, the Brainiac Hero comic. The inside page was full of drawings. Hinako were drawn at the bad guys that the protagonist defeated. Moreover, In order to make the method of death even more bizarre than the manga's presentation, they stubbornly added a lot of scattered blood and guts. So it seems that Shu's belongings have been vandalized to make it seem like Shu hates Hinako, or to project Hinako's guilt, or potential guilt about her friendship with Shu, onto Shu. Because this is the Inari's projection of Shu, being used to manipulate Hinako and or help her accept letting her friends go. So it could also at the same time or alternatively be how Hinako rationalizes saying goodbye to her friends and her past life. But the childbirthing machine monster was kind of, by the right wing, it was kind of derided as like, oh, it's disgusting and grotesque to have kids and this game is a piece of propaganda. And that's a failure on the part of, I mean, it's in bad faith, but it's also a failure to understand that just because a piece of art depicts something does not mean that it endorses it in isolation. Tell me how you really feel, partner, says Shu after we place the picture. Interesting line. We place the Brainiac Hero comic. I can handle it. Don't hold anything back. What I notice is that Shu is so patient and accepting of his situation at this part. Now we have a cutscene I really love. It kind of makes this whole section worth it. Shu is strung up. You came back, partner. I wanted. Hinako silently approaches him. It's alright, whatever the outcome. I'll respect my partner's choice. And Hinako, wordlessly, coldly, walks over and pulls the switch that will terminate Shu, making for the death of the last friend she had left, and proceeds into the next area of the shrine. And someone awaits her. It must be hard for you to bid farewell to childhood friends. Yes. No. It had to be done. Soon as I could. I'm so very sorry for what you just saw. You need not apologize. I should be begging your pardon for forcing this pain upon you. It's so bone-chilling that she apologizes. This is the part in the game where I started to suspect that she was possessed, or under some kind of spell. Onward, says Fox Mask. I kind of had the sense of it, but in this part it just doesn't feel like Hinako is really herself, and she shows a lot of a disturbing level of obedience and fawning, and she apologizes to him, to Foxmask, for him having to see her kill her friends, as if it was nothing to her. It's just pathetic. It reminds me of like an abused person, worried only about offending the person they... Rinko? Hinako's friends are gone. We're back in the school. And we have new journal entries to read. This one on me, Hinako. I've always despised people who tell me how to act just because I'm a girl. Shu is different, though. He was the only one who ever understood me. We were perfect partners. I considered him a true companion. As we got older, the pressure from our parents got stronger. Even still, Shu never stopped treating me like his equal, regardless of my gender. There exist two Hinakos inside me now. Shimizu Hinako, whom I have known since birth, and Hinako, a woman who is trying to steal my body from the old me. It's like an alien is trying to take over me. If this were Space Wars, my partner should be coming to the rescue, but there's no sign of him. Now there's a lot to talk about in this piece. One, she's speaking of the two Hinakos as if they're two different people. And two, the alien, like there's something else. Where did those two go? I'm gonna explore the school again because you get some cool dialogue, or some dialogue from Hinako. But yeah, the alien is like, she has there's two different Hinakos, but she's not referring to either of them as herself. So much for keeping watch, huh? Says Hinako. If you run back through the school, she gets angry at her friends, which doesn't happen very much in the other ones, in the other places, because otherwise she's kind of just like confused or trying to think the best. But Shu, Rinko, say something. But so there's this thing where there's one Hinako trying to usurp power, trying to kill her old self, trying to kill the other Hinako. And that thing is a menace, but also, Shu, Rinko, but also, that Hinako isn't necessarily her. And so I think we're hearing from a kind of a higher governing Hinako in the Kakura Makakura structure. And we'll encounter the Kakura Makakura later in the game if you're confused about that. But also, the thing about like there's an alien, on one level it represents sort of her feelings towards her new self. Shu, Rinko, where are you? But on another level, I think it refers to the social and spiritual forces that are kind of using her as a pawn, using her as a medium. On the social level, obviously it's society, it's marriage, it's the family in which a woman becomes a commodity or a source of labor and status, and by the same, and in the same aspect, it's the gods for whom the social is a medium. And I am really hoping to do a New Game Plus version of this because you find notes on hierogamy written by Mayumi, the woman on the missing poster, who was also spirited away by the Fox clan. I think the conclusion, or I think just, I've said this already, but everything in this game has a double meaning, and both meanings are literal, because the real world is the domain of the gods. It's the source of their power. Getting married, or marrying mortals, as Fox Mask is doing, as an agent of the Inari who has possessed him, is a way for gods to have power. And it's also a way for the real life, the material Inari clan to have power. So it's a metaphor, but in the story it's real. How come Shu, the plans to meet up at your place, right? Hinako proceeds forward, but the insanity fog comes in. The red flowers bloom. There's just too many. The Kashimashi come in a swarm, and Hinako flees up the path. But the fog monster takes a big swipe and knocks a tree down on the path behind us, creating a barrier and safety for Hinako. It seems that the Fox Mask wants us to proceed this way. Is that thing still chasing me? Maybe they had to get away from that thing. See, now Hinako is kind of giving her friends the benefit of the doubt. And now we proceed into a really lovely area of the game. In this series, we haven't really had many woods or trails, many naturey outdoor locations. And this is definitely the best one. Maybe they had no choice but to go on without me. That has to be it. The Silent Hill 4 woods are really good, and I'm excited if there's someday a remake. I think the woods in Silent Hill 4, the forest, will be a really awesome location. But this one is just gorgeous, gloomy, and mystic. It's where the great tree is. The tree that was once the center of faith in Ebisugaoka. Here's another one of those sealed boxes that you can't open until New Game Plus. This one also has a really creepy background plot. Here on the rock is a strange note. I'm sorry, something urgent came up, so I can't come with you. Just trust me and continue down the path we decided. I'll get everything ready and wait for you. I instantly didn't trust this note because did they leave this behind? Hinako asks. I didn't trust this note because it's written so vaguely, it just sounds deceptive. And it might be actually deceptive given the backstory that's going on. I would have loved more of that in this game. They did it really well in Silent Hill 2 and 3 in the remake, where you'd go to places and there would be like, in the notes, there would be like a background story to the place that's seemingly unrelated to the main plot, but it kind of creates this sense of like echoes of the living, or some kind of sinister ghost or something haunting you and leaving creepy stories, or just sending you creepy messages. And in this one you'll see, but you're kind of being stalked. This Kashimashi, if you look closely, you see that it has its face peeled off, like in the teaser trailer, and then later in this game in a New Game Plus. The face peeling obviously has a lot of symbolic meaning. And this is also one of the most notorious jump scares in the game that thankfully I was prepared for. I stayed the F out of that creature's way. And I think in this playthrough I hadn't learned the virtue of focus attacks yet, so I'm doing heavy attacks. Honestly, the best way to deal with these things is give it a good heavy focus attack and then beat on it while it's stunned. It becomes easier in New Game Plus when you have more focus and omamori. Took me a long time to adapt to the meta in this game because I played it with sort of the style of the Souls games, dodging, so I love getting perfect dodges. Shu knows more about the mountains than I do. We just saw an Irohihi, that's what those creatures are called. The perverted men that jump around like monkeys. We just saw an Irohihi retreating into the brush. I like it that those creatures are so detestable that just seeing one of them and knowing you will encounter one of them is dread-inducing in itself, even though this would have been a great opportunity to introduce a new creature or a unique one to the mountain path. Hinako is not fully comfortable in the mountains. She feels a little out of her element, saying that Shu is more familiar. Again, it gives Shu lives up here, but it also gives Shu that sort of mystic credibility, being the ancestral doctor of the area. Strange note. To whoever finds this, please immediately, there's here. I beg you, help. The dead Kashimashi is like a brutalized woman. So in this area they kind of humanize the monsters in a way. The Irohihi, like they use common monsters for the backstory, but the common monsters are kind of stand-ins for people in ways that they haven't been so far in the story. So the Irohihi is like an actual specific kind of creep who lives in the mountains in a shack He's kind of a creepy hermit, and you'll find dead Kashimashi who appear to maybe be his victims. Oh hell yeah, I just did the best counter. I'm gonna be honest, this game does... I didn't want a game that's this with the action design, but I do enjoy feeling like a badass at times. But as I was saying, again, like I was saying earlier about symbolism, things are vessels to be filled with meaning, and they don't have a certain meaning. And in this game, you don't, in most Silent Hill games, you encounter a lot of human corpses or human looking corpses. Like in the environments, they usually are kind of like browned and like in a really great, I love that it's just the like brownish, kind of rusty, gross color palette. So you usually don't see like the whole human body, you see them disfigured or often like covered with sheets, which is even creepier. Like very often they'll be shrouded in like a white or stained kind of thing, or like a brown sack or something. In this game you don't see very many, if any, human corpses except in like cutscenes where you know exactly who the person is. Instead, they use the monsters as stand-ins, and so it gives the monsters this, it's not uncanny isn't the word, but this sort of ambiguous humanization. Like they use the monsters for suggestion. How could you leave your partner like this, Shu? So she's starting to get angry and distrusting. And we have this very pretty little pond. This game is so cozy at points, and I really want to appreciate the atmosphere and the horror, because there are spots like this that are, there's so many parts of it that are gloomy, but not in the sort of oppressive way of a lot of Silent Hill games. They're objectively beautiful, they're gloomy, there's this sense of spirits lingering around just out of sight, you know? And of course there's a sinister backstory, and there's like hostile, deadly monsters around, or just sick things. It is 100% horror, and it has such a pleasing emotional texture. And this part, this mountain area, I love for that. And I think it's great for, this is like to me the quintessential cozy ASMR gaming type vibe. It's like I've said, how I find Silent Hill cozy. It just feels like I'm among the spirits when I play Silent Hill games, including and especially this one. That's why I've said it already, but that's why I really instantly felt this game to be a Silent Hill game, because just the mysticness of all the games, you know. The traditional Silent Hill games are taking place in very modern areas with modern architecture, even some of the ugliness of construction and architecture in the United States, and apartments and this and that, but there's this feeling of of that you're with the divine or the unknown, the beyond. And if you look around, I mean, there's spirituality in everything. It's funny because I'm an atheist, but I think that, magical thinking and spirituality and stuff is just part of the human mind, and it's one of the best ways that we make sense of the world, and we can do things meaningfully in the world. Now this is an important note. Research notes on Hakukosu. I've learned from reading exotic herbology that kakura makakura is made by grinding up the seeds of Hakukuso, an extraordinarily rare herb. Hakukuso is notoriously difficult to cultivate as it requires a very specific environment in which to grow. Rarely found in the wild, this precious medicinal herb is so prized that it has earned itself the title of the flower of the gods. According to folklore, the herb can give one the ability to converse with gods, visit their lands, and even awaken dormant powers. With the manifold divine experiences this herb is rumored to provide, it is no surprise that numerous legends talk of kings journeying to find it, under the belief it holds the key to immortality. When ground, its seeds are said to smell of peaches. This is a connection that I've mentioned that has been controversial to fans, and because I think it is, honestly, I would guess it is intentionally meant to be White Claudia from the first game, which is, in the first game, it is a flower that grows. It's peculiar to Silent Hill, and it grows near water sources, and it is used. It is processed to create a drug called PTV, which is an addictive hallucinogen. And that addictive hallucinogen is sold, and I'm sorry, spoilers for the first game, but it's sold, including by Dr. Kaufman. He keeps the nurse Lisa supplied with PTV, which is created from White Claudia, the white flower, as a way to keep her dependent and caring for Alessa in secret. And that's his relationship with the cult. And in Silent Hill play novel, which is a visual novel of Silent Hill 1 for the Game Boy Advance. So it's basically like a text-based version of Silent Hill 1. There's a note that says exactly what the notes on Hakukosu say. That using White Claudia helps you commune with the god, or the gods. Now, you'd have to be, I think, kind of a pedant to write that off, the commune with gods part, as not canon, because the play novel wasn't created by Team Silent. It is possible they were using unpublished story or lore material created by Team Silent, but I don't think there's any confirmation of that. But if you do consider it canon, or if it is supposed to be part of the story of Silent Hill 1, then I think obviously Hakakusu is the Japanese name given to this white flower that is rare and hard to cultivate, and also happens to grow near water sources in Silent Hill. Now, if you don't accept that Hakakusu, or White Claudia, if you don't accept that White Claudia was canonically used by the cult as part of their rituals, for what it's worth, the Silent Hill Wiki does sort of treat that as fact, but it is just a wiki. Their editors are actually active on Reddit, so maybe they will actually watch this video, though I doubt it, because I don't know if they like this game. But regardless, if you don't accept that as canon, then what you have is everything we know about White Claudia just from Silent Hill 1. And everything we know is very little. We know that it is a special plant that grows near water sources in Silent Hill. Obviously, Silent Hill is a spiritual site, so it must have some significance given that it's peculiar to Silent Hill. We know that it's a hallucinogen, or at least that it can be processed into a hallucinogen, just like the Kakura is processed from the seeds of Hakakosu. So Kakura might not be PTV, because PTV is a processed version of White Claudia, but here's a map of Sugisato. It's a map of the mountain area, and there is another strange note. I locked our sanctuary to protect it, but don't you worry, because I have the key. I'll be waiting for you at the mountain refuge. I won't let anyone or anything hurt you anymore. I'll protect you until the end of time itself. I'll stay by your side until death do us part. So, the shed, they might be in there. So I think Hinako is referring to Shu's shed, but this is the part where you realize those notes might not be written by Shu, they might be written by someone pretending to be Shu, who's being very vague because he doesn't exactly know what they're up to, but he wants to lead Hinako into a trap, which is creepy. And over here is yet another note with, "The view's great, isn't it? I've always wanted to see it with you. You're probably alright if you've made it this far, but just to be sure, you're not being followed by anyone, right? This is our own private sanctuary. We don't need anyone else." Very creepy. Very creepy note. It's like, no, don't bring a friend. It's special for us, right? So creepy. It's like, and you see there's a Kashimashi face in the tree. And as I was saying about the use of Kashimashi to represent women, they're dead all over here. It's like a warning to us. And that's another, it's just like it says in the journal entry on Kashimashi, like I wonder if they're trying to do to me what was done to them. The Kashimashi are both victims and images of Shu, Rinko. They're both victims, and Well, here's our first crowbar. A crowbar for crafting. It's a bit short, but it's also tough and potentially deadly. They're both victims and sort of hateful, stereotypical images of women. That crowbar, I'll treat it as a pipe upgrade. And I'm going to do the smart thing and move this before I grab the key, because when I grab the key, I will be attacked by the Irohihi. So, I kind of got interrupted in my discussion of the White Claudia, but what I think it comes down to is that not much is known about White Claudia in the first game, and this game, I think, would treat Play Novel as canon because it was published as Silent Hill, and at least because nothing we know about White Claudia from the first game precludes it from having divine properties that, and it's not a new idea that hallucinogens open your third eye. It's actually a pretty typical idea. If you take a spiritual view of things, you take a hallucinogen, not everything you see is to be taken at face value, but you're sort of seeing things from a different angle and sometimes speaking to other beings. Metal gate key. A metal key that can be used to unlock the metal gate in the mountains. And it is accompanied by another strange note. You've come such a long way. You're doing so well. You don't need to worry about your silly old mundane world anymore. We'll break free from all of that here. Welcome to our sanctuary. The others are overjoyed to have you as a new addition. I think by others he's referring to women that he has lured and abducted. And this is a part that I think is not directly related to the rest of the story, but is more of kind of a nightmare or folktale. No, Hinako says. We're being chased by the fox monster again. And here I'm putting Higashi on my hotkeys, because if you take a Higashi you get unlimited stamina. That means I can sprint and dodge without getting worn out, and it makes this part much easier. So during sections like this it's great to take a Higashi. And we're being followed by that menacing bloom of flowers. What a vile show of life. I think growth and transformation of life is an under-discussed motif in this game. Again, because this game kind of deals more with spiritual ideas that don't treat biology as separate from biology, and materiality in general as separate from religious. The spirits are in the world, they're in nature. Is it gone? Hinako asks. I need a break. It's a pretty shot right there. I regret to inform you that it is not gone. But yeah, when I first saw the trailers for this game, I think the first thing I noticed was that motif of flora and fauna, and it reminds me of Elden Ring, the Scarlet Rot The Scarlet Rot is thematically about, it's like the outer god of rot is sort of like a kami that governs transformation. Death isn't the end, it's the material for a new and more life. And that's kind of how it feels in this game. We are loomed over by the fog monster. But not despite, I think the fog monster refuses to pass through that torii gate. It's kind of, I wonder, I don't know enough about Japanese culture to know how a torii gate might ward something. Is it finally over? Asks Hinako. Now, before we visit one of my favorite spots in the game, just a few more words about White Claudia. That stuff from before, where did it go? I think Hinako was remarking on the flowers, or maybe the monsters, or whatever. But some fans have said that because White Claudia is not mentioned by name, it's not called White Claudia in this game, that it can't be White Claudia. And I feel like that's a little bit of an insult to just writing in general. But some background on Ryukishi, I've read Higurashi, I know he has a lot of other work, but he is explicitly interested in etymology and like folklore and the history of ideas. It's a big part of that story, and it's a big part of how he creates ambiguity. There's a person in that story who gives all these historical accounts and folklore and theories on stuff and talks about how things like Oyashiro-sama, things are referred to or viewed differently and given different names. And I think that that's just something Ryukishi is attentive to, and because the white flower was brought to Japan in the 1700s or 1600s, I think. And it's a rare plant, and there doesn't seem to be... Is this Sakuko's old shrine? I heard it used to do very well, but that people stopped visiting it after the fire. We're at the shrine of the old tree, the Tsukumagami, I believe. Anyway, they wouldn't have the same name for it. We don't even know when Silent Hill, people in Silent Hill began to call that flower White Claudia. It's a rare plant. People probably aren't aware that it exists in this town in Maine. And also they're Japanese people where the white flower has its own history and meaning to them, so of course they have a Japanese name for it. It wasn't discovered in America. And this is the 1960s. They aren't overusing American words or English words. This is the divine tree. It's in bad shape now, but I bet it used to be pretty impressive at one point. One of the grandest, most beautiful sights in this beautiful game. When I first came to it, my curiosity was piqued so much. And at its foot is a note regarding the legend of the sacred sword. It is said that Ebisugaoka was a hidden village that once served as a refuge for defeated soldiers of the Taira clan. Unfortunately, evidence to support this tale has yet to be found. Still, Ebisugaoka shares many cultural similarities with those of other hidden villages, and it is my belief that this tale is true. According to other local legends, the soldiers who fled here vowed to exact revenge upon the Minamoto clan and restore the Taira clan to its former glory. Upon swearing this oath, they buried the sword of their deceased leader at the base of the great tree that serves to protect this land. It'd be a historical breakthrough if we could find that sword. This is one of those things where I'm wondering, is it going to come back? There's so much information, and it's kind of overwhelming on your first playthrough. Like, you don't even know what's going on with Hinako, let alone this village, and that's why despite how innately frustrating it is to people, that's why I absolutely love the New Game Plus structure of this game, because it makes you wonder about so many things and wonder when it's going to come back. And when you beat the game, it almost feels like, what? Like, it feels like the ending of Twin Peaks Season 3 to me, where you're like, there were just so many loose ends that it seemed that it was certainly setting up to finish on, and it didn't. And then when you start New Game Plus, you already know kind of what you're going to be learning about, and there's so many gratifying answers to questions and little quest lines that kind of show you the significance. And I love the game foreshadows New Game Plus during your first playthrough. I actually forgot, like I didn't remember that there was a note at that base of that tree about the sacred sword. And on my first playthrough there was so much going on that I think by the time New Game Plus started, I had forgotten about that sacred sword. But the sacred sword is one of my favorite things in this game, that and the ancient tree, because it's that mystic thing I'm talking about that you're dealing with. Oh, so it leads here. You're dealing with things that would seem mundane, but the answers are mystic and supernatural, and you're getting spiritual guidance. And the things in your life that many times would seem mundane are actually innately divine. Shu, partner, it's me. We've made it to Shu's house. And this is that shed Hinako mentioned earlier. And this is Shu's little special place. And on the table there is an item and a note. Front door keys to Shu's house. The key to Shu's house looks like it's been left there, stained with dirt from Shu's long days of growing herbs. Our little teenage botanist. Prescription for my partner. Hinako began complaining of headaches in middle school. When I tried pinpointing their root cause, things always seemed to come back to stress arising from her poor relationship with her father. In other words, she is suffering from tension headaches. I first recommended that she use over-the-counter medicine, but soon she started asking for them more and more often. I don't like the thought of Hinako developing a reliance on such drugs, so I switched her to a traditional Chinese medicine that uses kudzu root and peony, as it should put less of a strain on her body. That said, I know the real reason she comes around so often isn't just because of her looking for medicine, but for a place to air her grievances about her father. As my grandmother always said, you can greatly improve the flow of someone's chi simply by listening to their troubles and empathizing with them. Hinako was thrilled with the medication I gave her and said it worked wonders, but the truth is that it wasn't the medicine alone. I want to hear out all her troubles and concerns. I mean, that's my job as her partner, right? Shoo. I guess I'll wait for the two of them inside the house. As we saw, there were many red capsules over in the corner. Kind of, ominous. Now we know maybe what was in these red capsules. It's stuck. We can't go through the back door. Now, before we go inside, we find this pond in Shu's backyard where there are many white flowers growing. I think it's implied that Shu has been cultivating these white flowers that grow near water sources and are kind of hard to grow. And Shu, with his impressive inherited knowledge of cultivating plants and his own determination and interest, has been growing this rare, mysterious plant that was brought over to Japan centuries ago and found its way into his family's property. So Hinako enters Shu's house. Shu? Rinko? Hesitantly, and finds a picture of Shu. I wonder about the significance of this picture. Shu. And the fog monster rips us out of Shu's house and throws us on the ground. We see that it's wearing a dress. It sort of tosses us around like the nemesis in Resident Evil 3. And when it has the chance to finish us off, it seems that it just leaves us there. Once again, the world dissolves around us, and we are back in the dark shrine, descending a large staircase with Fox Mask. The path ahead is one of great pain and suffering. I know, but I am not afraid. Onward, then. Here we perform 3 rituals. Run, hurry, there's no going back. Okay. The doll tries to warn us with its inscription. And it doesn't seem that we notice. Fox Mask disappears yet again, leaving us once again alone. I may not see you here, says Hinako, but I feel that you are with me. I think she's talking to Fox Mask. That's an interesting line I never reflected on much and don't remember. Maybe she's talking to the doll spirit. This is my absolute favorite part of the game, and it is the part that made me fall deeply in love with this game. Let us go, Hinako. Yes. I see bright moonlight pouring in from a place above that I believe is a magical place we will see in New Game Plus, but I would need to check the map. Now this part, I was enjoying the game. I was a little bit sort of like, is this gonna pick up? There's something about this wall. I was surprised about the critical reaction being so positive, because I was like, this is alright, I'm enjoying it, it's moody, whatever, but this part, if you hear how much I glaze this game and how much I love this game, it started in this Dark Shrine section. And also because I had been kind of lukewarm on the Dark Shrine up to this point, but man, and you start to notice that this is where you really notice that we're not the same Hinako, yeah. So as we enter, we find another family physician's log. February 10th. I have received reports that the patients will sometimes make strange sounds, then try to get on all fours and crawl around. Housemaids who serve the family for many years whisper among themselves, speaking of so-called fox possession. I have scolded them for spreading such unscientific, superstitious rumors. Today I was ordered to keep silent about this matter by the head of the house. The family has denied my request to transport them to a hospital. I wonder if it is out of fear that talk of the supernatural will tarnish the family's reputation. However, I do not expect the patient's conditions to improve with in-home treatment alone. So the notes in this game are important, but these notes you find in the Dark Shrine are really important to understanding the lore of the Fox, the Inari clan, the Tsuneki clan, who are devoted to Oinari-sama. No good. It won't budge. We see these doors everywhere with a crest on them, and we can't open them. And we see those walls with the scrolls attached to them with apparently blood. And we know Hinako knows where we're going somehow, but we don't. In this room is a mural where we see Inari-sama and some women that appear as if they're being brutalized. We have arrived, Hinako. Yes, I'm coming. It makes you wonder what it feels when this part starts, like Hinako has had some kind of conversation with Fox Mask. But when the scene starts and and Hinako's like, I know what the rituals are, I know what's coming. That is really crazy, because you realize that you've been watching, you've not been experiencing this game in a linear fashion. Hinako passing out and waking up here. You've been watching two separate Hinakos, undergo separate journeys. Because in this section, Hinako doesn't wake up, she's simply in the middle of descending the stairs with Fox Mask. This part is a good example of the use of stealth in this game, and I think I might have got caught, but you can sneak around that enemy by watching its patrol patterns. And unfortunately I stopped to check out the dried carcass, so I did get noticed by this one, but no worries, because I slimed its ass. And now we enter the ritual chamber. Now this part is very gruesome, so you should have played this game by now, but if you haven't, be warned, very gruesome scene. Hinako almost passes out in this incense-clouded, massive chamber, and comes to seated, surrounded by women in ritual robes and masks. I am right here, by your side. I see. A woman brings us a furry appendage in a box. A woman who seems to have come out of nowhere, presenting it to us. What a just beautifully shot, stunning, shocking, jarring scene. Another woman brings us a flask, and we take her hand, and you can see in Hinako's face that she knows what she's doing. She is afraid, but she is determined to carry this through. And she keeps herself from going into full panic. Fox Mask kindly places the bit in our mouth. And we wonder, wait a minute, what the fuck is happening? What are we about to do? And then we are presented with a saw. And after brief hesitation, Hinako takes the saw, examines it, it's so, the bit in her mouth is so gruesome to me because of how it was placed there, like kindly by Fox Mask, and you realize it's to bite down on through the pain. And she begins the amputation. Oh, and I'm obviously leaving out the sound effects because they are disgusting, and you can hear like physically what's happening. I don't want to be too nasty because I know you're trying to relax, but you can see what's happening. But yeah, you can hear basically every part of the arm being affected by this. And it comes off, and Hinako, honestly, is thugging it out much better than I think anyone could. Fox Mask stares placidly, even looking a little bit proud and happy, as if he's looking at his bride over an altar, next to an altar. These women are such a mystery to me, and it's so eerie how they kind of appear out of nowhere and then disappear. Hinako, I'm proud of you, Hinako. Thank you. Hinako passes out. Wakes up again. I have administered the painkillers. Does it still hurt? No, it just... my arm feels a bit tense. Let's do the next one. If you wish to move on, I do. I feel fine. I just did not expect this to happen. I was like, oh, 3 rituals, we've been doing rituals, and then what the ritual ended up being, and also Hinako's disturbing reaction to it. It's a beautiful arm, says Fox Mask, which is just so creepy. It's the nastiest, most gruesome, unsettling thing, and to him it's beautiful. Knowing the way Hinako is so determined to go through with it, and she's like thugging it out, like making a show of, being like, I can handle it, don't hold back. I was like, is Hinako under... I'd already thought maybe she's under a spell, but I was like, she has definitely been charmed in some way. But then at the same time, as we'll see, maybe she actually is determined. Hinako, you've done well. My thinking was that she has resigned to her situation and decided that actually maybe she can use it as a form of rebellion or revenge. And I think in some sense that is the case, even though now I know more about what's happening. I think that this version of Hinako, I am Shimizu Hinako no more. She says this. I will prove that I am worth this gift you have given me. She starts talking like a warrior, like some kind of assassin, like she's been... I just love it. I see why it's controversial, because it is so off the wall, and it is so boastful about this game's like action focus, but in my opinion, this part of the game is where the action system actually bolsters the horror and sort of makes it make sense, because she begins to, it's like she is embracing violence. She has become a killer and a murderer and an assassin, and it is so over the top, and like, you're like, girl, what are you doing? Like, what have you gotten yourself into? Like, why? What has happened to you? Why are you like this now? And, you could see it as corny, but I see it as absurd and surreal and as having sort of a sick sense of humor, which is present a lot in this game. Housemaid's note. However, the child she carried was unmistakably a descendant of the Tsunekis, and their blood lies in wait for tragedy to strike. It is only a matter of time before that child exacts their revenge. I believe that the next time there is turmoil within the Tsuneki family, that child will make their move. So for those who overlook the backstory, what's happening is the Tsunekis, the fox, the clan / cult of Oinari-sama, is dealing with a curse and other sources of desperation involving Oinari-sama's power in the hierarchy of the gods and real-world consequences that could come along with that, and so they resort to embracing a member of their bloodline that either they didn't know about or that they might otherwise not welcome. And we'll learn more about that later. Okay, if you are having any problem with how my voice recording sounds right now, I would love you to please tell me in the comments, because I'm worried that my microphone is capturing a lot of spit sounds, and I hope I'm not drawing your attention to them, but depending on the climate, those are really hard to avoid, and it's probably been the biggest thing that's made me give up in frustration, so I just need to know. Here we have a solemn letter. Thy lovely silver arm grows strong, thy figure no longer mortal but divine. Unto thy limb has the power of purification been bestowed. Grace us now with thy newfound strength. It makes my skin crawl how this grotesque transhuman transplant of ours is embraced as beautiful, and everyone's just like, wow, what a beautiful arm. So it interestingly is referred to as a source of purification. And I think that refers to the way that we can kill the monsters and then kind of siphon them off the floor, like we're cleaning them up and removing their ability to revive, because we've never been truly able to kill the Dark Shrine monsters up to this point. But I think the monsters are implied to be spiritual impurities. Something interesting, I mean, they do have symbolic meaning, but it's a little larger than Hinako. Something interesting Ryukishio7 said recently while streaming this game, as he mentioned something about, so Tara Devlin translation says that he was referring to the crawling chained guys with the holes in their faces. What she says is that Ryukishi was saying that those are imprisoned kami that were sort of driven out of power or something like that when the religion switched over. So these are like the old gods of the land that have been imprisoned by the cult of Inari-sama. Like, they no longer have power, so they've been, and we find them in cages later. They're definitely, like, yeah. The next ritual is this way, says Fox Mask, leading us into another room. But before we can get to the next ritual, we come into this room almost as if it's staged for us to destroy this monster. I don't know if we've been given a name for this monster yet, so I call it the pregnancy monster. Or actually no, the birthing machine. That's what I call it, because of its significance to Japanese culture. Not culture, but like society. I don't want to say that like Japanese people see things that way, just that it is a thing that has come up in Japanese politics. So yeah, these things are frustrating to fight. I honestly still have not figured out the patience. I think the reason I'm not, I don't look very badass when I fight them, is that I just don't have patience. They have way too much health. And if they had less health, then I would but I'm just focused on getting in as many attacks as possible because of how many attacks it takes. Anyway, I suck them up off the floor and suck their power into me. And I like that, this is like I'm being trained by the Fox clan to kill. On the way to the next ritual, I am required to use my silver arm. My beautiful silver arm. To show my fighting prowess and show that I can serve the clan. And we enter the next massive ritual chamber with the abyss below us and mist hanging over it. Incense, actually. We stumble into our chair, and once again Hinako prepares for a painful modification to herself, to her very self. She will be branded by the Fox clan. The horrifying glow of that brand. And she refuses the bit this time, to show that she can accept the pain. Again, she's just totally thugging it out. She really, really wants this for some reason, and she endures. The horrifyingly hot metal pressed against her back, wincing in pain, but not demanding any compassion or sympathy. Oh my god, her back is smoking. That is so gruesome. You've done well. Yes. She collapses again from pain and awakens in his lap. The ritual is complete. You have done very well. The next ritual shall be the last. Now we have to walk around with this. With this, my body and mind belong to you. Hinako says outright that she's given up her body and mind to the Tsunekis, which is dangerous because if she has any personal motives for going through with this, then she gives them up. This way, says Fox Mask. This chamber is so pretty and giant and captures the unique aesthetic of this game in that it's like clean and neat and austere and very shrine-like, but it's massive and there's an abyss below. I like that they worked in the abyss motif of the Silent Hill series into that room. Those parts where there's just a gaping, bottomless pit below you, it's horrifying. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Hinako, she says to the monsters. I'm warning you, don't try to stop me. Again, she's saying very action movie things to the monsters. And again, I don't think you're meant to take it at face value. So now I have the transformation ability, the devil trigger, as it's called, compared to Devil May Cry. Again, extremely controversial among fans. It is kind of insane to have a devil trigger in a Silent Hill game, but I love it considering the context that the audience, that this is a part where you're supposed to be like, what the hell is happening? Why are you going through with this? Why are you accepting this? Why are you seemingly doing their bidding? And you whip out a devil trigger and it's just a way of, through gameplay, reinforcing that you are now an agent of violence. You're a killer. And tonally, it's just over the top. It's like, it's absurd. I think you're meant to ask, what is this doing in a Silent Hill game? And not just Silent Hill, but just like, what the hell, like, why in this moody game do we have a devil trigger? And so it has this like humor to it. I don't think the developers were dumb. I think that they knew they were going to be making controversial decisions, and in their PR they did, they did try to like get people over, but oh, here I found a dirty drawstring bag. A drawstring bag covered in red and black stains. It's kind of sticky, but might still come in handy. Increases inventory capacity. So I think this drawstring bag, it's sticky, it's covered in red and black stains. Sounds pretty gruesome. No, but the developers didn't reveal any of like this stuff, so I think they had to kind of try and make quote-unquote excuses to fans, which were a little bit flimsy, like, Silent Hill 3 and 4 had stamina bars and an interface and heavy and light attacks, which is true, but not quite to the degree this game does. But I think to go this far, it's like you kind of have to fall on your sword as an artist and just say, well, I am making a decision that is going to piss some people off. And some people will get it, and some people won't. And that's my opinion on the devil trigger. And it's just because at this part I was so utterly gripped by the story of this game because of this ritual section that it wasn't even in my mind to be stressed out by the combat or to feel inconvenienced at all. I didn't care. I was like whipping the enemy's asses and taking damage, and I just wanted to proceed through the story. So and when the devil trigger happened, it was just another escalation. Like, this part escalates so much in so many different ways. Letter from a woman. You really are shrouded in mystery. You understand exactly how I feel, even though we haven't seen each other in years. Are you simply reading me like a book? Or am I feeling exactly what it is you want me to? Recently, I'm starting to think that even I don't know who I am anymore. I think that might be a letter from Hinako. But regardless, as we saw in that note earlier on love spells, it seems to be the tradition of the Tsuneki family to use those love spells. And maybe it was someone who was one of the previous brides, one of the previous prospective wives of the family being under the spell. But I don't think that every bride was brought in the same way Hinako is. Because, and this is like in the true ending, it's not really a spoiler because there's stuff evident of her in other places, but regardless, you're in for spoilers watching this video. It seems that the way that Hinako is being brought into the Tsuneki family is much less forceful than with past brides who were sort of coerced or kidnapped or spirited away. Hinako is kind of getting the gentleman treatment to a degree. I mean, at least to the way it was compared to the way it was done in the past, which ends up being, yeah. This is the final ritual. Now then, Hinako. This final ritual is where we first see the motif. One of the most, probably the quintessential motif of this game, just the most iconic, recognizable visual idea. Mostly because, or not mostly, but I guess mostly because it was first introduced in the reveal trailer. So here we fight the Dark Shrine analog of the Ara Abare. And we see how it keeps these feminized monsters whose names I've forgotten, but Terra Devlin has a really interesting short on them that you should watch. Keeps them on strings and operates them like puppets. So clearly, still has symbolism of male brutality. And then when you bust out the strong fox arm, Hinako says her line, "I'm warning you," which I love. I love, "You fought valiantly. Thank you very much." Again, when did Hinako become a warrior? It's just so crazy. You fought valiantly. That's like some samurai movie shit, or just, I mean, any type of like action movie about a warrior. It's like silly. Again, it has like just an absurd humor to it. This game is at points slightly a dark comedy. It's weird. Once again, we are led into a large ritual chamber where tons of bells hang down from the torii gate. A detail I find interesting and actually captured some audio of. Not sure if it will be soothing enough to put in this video, but if you're hearing it now, I thought it was. Hinako looks utterly exhausted as she awaits the final of the 3 rituals, where a woman shows us our own face in a mirror. Whatever's about to happen, it can't be good. Here it seems that Hinako is a little afraid, more than she has been. We see a knife, and we see a fox mask. We get this odd angle on Hinako's face, and she seems terrified. This is the last phase of the erasure and destruction of her prior identity by way of the mutilation of her body, turning slowly into more and more of a monster. And by having her face removed, she's having a vital chunk of her identity peeled away. This is when we get to see the symbolic significance of the face peeling in the reveal trailer for this game, where the final spectacle was the sloughing off of a unknown woman's face. And then we see through these tiny holes in the fox mask to see Hinako's new perspective. Those holes are like pinholes. It's kind of crazy. It must be kind of torturous to have your vision restricted to that small of an opening. And the fox mask fuses with our very flesh. It seems to spread blood or something into our face. And then it goes back to its neat, clean state, having fused with us, and we see Hinako's new face. This kind of creepy, kind of elegant fox mask. It reminds me of those old-fashioned Easter bunnies. You have endured incredible agony. That was brave of you, Hinako. No, I can't. It hurts. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Look into my eyes. It hurts, it hurts. Hinako, look at me. Look into my eyes. There, no more pain or suffering to be had. Calm yourself. That's right. No more pain or suffering to be had. I will calm myself. It's like she had the Jedi mind trick used on her. Very good. That's my Hinako. Yes, thank you very much. So, let's go. Yes, let's go. We see the doll looking at us in despair or panic, like, oh no, what have you done? And a crest appears out of blood in our artificial forehead. It's creepy how there's like blood running through it. Finally, I have been reborn. In that cutscene, you notice maybe the love spell effects when Fox Mask tells her, no, you're fine. And suddenly she's like, yes, I'm fine, like repeating his exact words. Now we have a new journal entry to read on this new monster. A monster that has a large taiko drum inside its mouth. It swings around its large bocce drumstick-like arms and strikes the taiko to instill fear and command those bound to it. It tries to cancel out any noise with its loud voice and banging. That's how it's always been. Clearly symbolic of a patriarch in some way. Now we have a new journal entry on the doll. I knew it. This doll looks exactly like the one that I thought I'd gotten rid of that day. I'm sure it hates me for throwing it away and abandoning it. When all of this is over, I'll ask my mom for a way to put it to rest. I think maybe the doll was not disposed of correctly, according to Tsukumagami writes. You have braved so much. Come, the others await us. But before I follow Fox Mask, I'm going to explore the Dark Shrine and find items and notes, maybe, that are accessible with my new powers. And I have a new entry to read on Fox Mask. He promised me everything I could ever want to be content. A life full of comfort for as long as I live. Status that no one could look down on. And most importantly, endless love from me. For all this, I will give him all of me, body, mind, and soul. I will even give him what I have fiercely protected my whole life, my will to make my own choices. From now on, I will let him decide everything for me and simply do as he says. This is what happiness means to me. Obviously, this is the total opposite of the Hinako we know. And I think, on one level, it's sort of a bitter, I can see it, the path I must take. Hinako now has a certain insight that allows her to see through illusory walls, or destroy them with her gaze. this being partially a world governed by her own perceptions. I think that journal entry with Hinako resigning so completely it reads to me almost like when a kid is like, or just when someone gets angry and they're being kind of immature and they're like, oh fine, you want this, I'll give you this, or like, oh, you think I'm so annoying, and they start making annoying sounds or this or that. It kind of reads like, oh, this is what you want, okay, here you go. But also probably due to the love spell, or just this part of herself being exactly that thing that she hates and never wants to be, like this being some kind of projection of the part of her that never wants to submit in the way that a married woman would. This is sort of evil Hinako. It's a lot of questions as to what layer of real this is on. Here's another family physician's log. February 16th. It's a miracle. How could this be? The two daughters' symptoms have improved dramatically. February 18th. Both patients have made a full recovery. I do not understand it one bit. Could this be a phenomenon that cannot be explained through scientific means? Wow. There exists no record in any literature of a disease or toxin that could lead to such a cruel illness. Such a dramatic recovery as the two daughters experienced has likewise never been documented. Now, the housemaids are whispering about a supposed curse, yet I can no longer chide them and insist science can prove it all. I believe that the housemaids were the ones gossiping about this member of the Tsuneki family, who was unmistakably a member, but hadn't been known of or hadn't been allowed into the fold. And I guess what must have happened is that the housemaids figure out a way to lift the curse by using this member of the Tsuneki bloodline in some way, because this curse is supposedly Inari-sama's way of demanding something or punishing the family for something they are failing to do. So I'm surprised how little this piece of the backstory is discussed in this game, and I'm just disappointed in general how much of the curse plot lines and stuff like that are discussed, because they're really fascinating and they're a really big part of the sort of innate messages of this game and the horror, I think. There's a new note by our Hokura. Let's read it. Another solemn letter. Withstand the ceremony of welcome, and Hinako shall be born anew with blinding beauty. Ancestral spirits of the Tsuneki, who by order of the Kutsunomiya in heaven's benediction dwell, offer unto Hinako thy words of celebration for she has completed this ritual. Heaven's benediction is something we will learn more about in New Game Plus. It is a physical location important to the Tsuneki clan and to the history of Ebisugaoka, to a buried piece of Ebisugaoka's history that is actually very consequential and life or death for the residents of Ebisugaoka, being that of the water dragon. So I spent quite a long time wandering this area, looking for items and notes, and didn't find anything, and it's stuff you've already seen, so I'm just going to cut some of the footage to this part where we return to this wall we saw earlier but couldn't open yet. And we find this little hallway, speaking of Heaven's benediction, where there is a dried carcass and another door with Oinari-sama's emblem. So we will see what's behind that door in New Game Plus. And now we will proceed to the next part of the story, another sequence that I really love. We go to the main hall and open up this wall. You are breathtaking, Hinako. Could you imagine looking at this and thinking breathtaking? And it's insane that we are in this state, and it just makes Fox Mask, presumably another human being, infatuated with us. It has this undertone of like fetish, like Fox Mask has a fetish and we're being subjected to it. Like subjected to the male gaze, completely mutilating ourselves for what looks beautiful to this man, which I think fetish is just a way of conveying that. Let us proceed. Yes, together. I love this part because you can't skip it, you have to walk all the way down the aisle. Behold, the others are celebrating us. Foxes on either side, masks on their face, their gazes following us as we walk down the aisle between them, and hundreds of fox statues. I wish you all the best in your new life, says one observer, one member of the clan. We see the emblem on the door of the family we are joining, and we enter the ritual chamber, where there is an altar like we saw many times before. What a grand sight. some of the grandest, cleanest sights we've seen in this series. And an official, their shadow looms over us in a ceremonial robe. They bow and brandish some ritual implement. Suddenly, the clan has lined up just behind us, appearing seemingly out of nowhere as they always do. Remember, your name is Shimizu Hinako, says the doll. And it seems finally the doll's warnings are getting through to us. And we see this robed person, aglow with flame. Today is such a happy, perfect day. So happy. Rinko? Because today, Hinako will die and be gone for good. Rinko, I'll die. I'll be gone for good. Just like you want me to, I swear. So forget all about me. Just live and be happy. Oh, I'll forget about you. I will scour every last trace of your name from my memory. I want you gone, gone, gone. So another. I won't go. My name is Shimizu Hinako. Bam. Now it's time to fight. You know how I felt, but you kept deceiving me. I hate you with every fiber of my being. I never wanted this. I never wanted to see you like this, Rinko. We just absolutely wail on her with our werewolf arm. Die! She flings lava. This is again something I would have never asked for. You disgust me. But it is something that I ended up loving. Never come back. And Rinko sends flaming schoolgirls to kamikaze themselves at us, which is so, again, it's funny. Damn. Die. It's funny, it obviously represents the way Rinko views other people her age, her classmates, like these flaming schoolgirls are like her, like minions, and she looks down on them. But I honestly think this is a really, so putting aside that it's a Silent Hill game, I hate you, Hinako. This is a really solid action boss fight. I never should have helped you that day. I never want to see you again. It's a solid boss fight. The boss fights in this game are great. I'll place a curse on you. You'll never know happiness. Whether or not you're happy is up to you. It's, the monster encounters in this game can put people off. They can feel kind of jank, but the boss fights are really solid. I'm grateful for this arm I've been given. I was such an idiot. You had me fooled the whole time. And she goes down. Hinako panting in exhaustion. I never wanted to see you like this, Rinko. But I'm very happy. that in the end, we finally got to tell each other how we truly feel when she finishes her off. And now, the name Shimizu Hinako means nothing to you. I hope you find peace, Rinko. And we begin to pass out, and now we get to see Shimizu Hinako. Hinako. Shimizu Hinako. Shimizu Hinako. Shimizu. I am Shimizu Hinako, aren't I? What's wrong, Hinako? You are Hinako, of course. I am, you are Hinako. Yes. I am Shimizu Hinako or not. I am Hinako? Exactly. You are my Hinako. So the erasure of Hinako's family name is kind of used to show the erasure of her identity. She is just Hinako. It's Hinako short for fox masks. Hinako, or maybe Tsuneki Hinako. We awaken where we passed out outside Shu's house and notice that the back of our school uniform has been destroyed, so there's some connection between this Hinako and the dark shrine Hinako. And we find Shu's phone ringing. Hinako? Huh? Mom? Please come home. Dinner's ready for you. Hey, let Rinko go. We hear Shu in a state of distress. Hinako, time is running out. How much longer will you stay here? Junko, it's nice to see you, Hinako. Something doesn't feel right. You don't seem like your usual self. I feel the same. The Hinako I know is just a little girl. Still, as you are now. You're the one who seems like someone else. Junko, the fact that you're alive means you've made it here. Yet you're still lost all the same. Lost? I've already told you countless times. This will be the last time I repeat myself. You must decide your future. It doesn't matter what anyone else says. The decision is yours, and yours alone. But please, remember this one thing. You can't think about it forever. You're running out of time to choose, huh? And if you were anyone else, your time would have run out long ago. Junko. I wonder what that means, if you were anyone else. That's interesting. Maybe it has to do with Hinako. Shu. Rinko. Now we gotta find Shu and Rinko. It might have to do with Hinako's special blood, but who knows. So the Rinko boss fight, I can see why someone would be turned off by it. I think it's kind of funny in this game. This game kind of depicts, it kind of conveys catharsis or like emotional release through action segments and like boss fights. It's like you said, Junko, I'm running out of time. Hang on, you two. I'm coming for you. Now this is another sort of Hinako. You can see her proclivity toward, not proclivity, but you can see her, the violence in her increasing with the urgency of her situation. So she's running back home, saying, I'm running out of time. Hold on, you two. She's gonna start beating enemies with a crowbar and such. But the fight with Rinko, I love how, it's like an amplified version of Silent Hill 3 with this sort of teenage sort of attitude and snark and humor. It's like the two teenagers duking it out, having their teen comedy or teen slasher, climax fight scene where like one of the main characters is revealed to be a traitor and they're having a battle of the wits while they fight. I love it, and I love we finally got to tell each other how we feel. It's one thing you have to accept to like this game is that the boss fights aren't scary, they're cathartic. So now we have a big chunk of journal entries to read, very interesting ones, and this one is on the Rinko-like entity. A monster that has taken the form of a head priest. It sounds just like Rinko. Swinging around an Onusa staff used for purification rituals, this creature is consumed by the fires of jealousy and remains surrounded by babbling puppets. There's no way Rinko is a monster like this, but this is her without a doubt. It's a little bit like the monsters in the Buddhist hell that Rinko would be in, or something. It's a spiritual manifestation of Rinko's soul. This is about Hinako. Nothing gets on my nerves more than other people trying to make decisions for me. Even if what they're saying is right, it just rubs me the wrong way. I'd rather make 100 mistakes on my own than follow someone else's commands. But that can make for a lonely life, one where I refuse to listen to anyone else. I want to become the kind of person who truly listens to what others have to say. Of course, it'll still be up to me whom I listen to. And that will be someone I can trust, someone who will walk alongside me, hand in hand. However, making long lists of things I hate is just a way of running away from the real issues I have with my inner self. I have to step up and face what's inside of me, even if I don't like what I see. Being able to take my time and carefully think things through before making a decision is what's most important to me. So this is some very direct characterization, and the thing about taking her time and thinking things through has it's sort of dark once you know more about what's going on in the story, particularly that she is in a boot camp of thinking things through right now. This is on Junko. Junko always told me that the quickest way to happiness is to live the way society expects women to. Well, if there's a quick way to happiness, then there must be other ways too. One time, when I was little, Junko showed me how to find my way out of a maze in a puzzle book. There's no doubt that she showed me the quickest solution. Still, what I felt that moment was nothing compared to the joy of figuring it out for myself. Okay, facts, because I also hate looking up guides. This one, more about Senensuke Shrine. Sakuko says that the custom of putting old tools to rest is called the Tsukumagami faith. During the course of history, it somehow fused with the Inari faith, making it a special religious view of Ebisugaoka. The only shrine in town, Senensuke Shrine, was, as its name suggests, worshipping a 1,000-year cedar as its divine tree. After living to see 1,000 years, it was praised as divine. And then, once the divine tree turned to ash, it was time to worship the next oldest thing. Sakuko reckons that it just so happened to be the moss-covered Inari statue. Almost seems like a fluke or something. And this one's really interesting. Forgotten Shrine. I heard once that there was a shrine in shambles near Shu's house, but I never knew it was here. Shu told me back then that there's treasure at the roots of the divine tree or something. Sakuko once told me that the place where the real Senensuke Shrine is. That this place is where the real Senensuke Shrine is. Excuse me. So, that is the old shrine by the divine tree that we saw. I find interesting that, it looks like I came all the way up to the tree just to read those journal entries. I find it interesting that Shu seems to know about the treasure buried at the roots of the shrine, because Sakuko is usually the one with the divine knowledge, but seems Shu is maybe also aware of the sacred sword, and that makes me wonder, does Shu know more about the battle between the gods than he lets on? I imagine it's because of his ancient ties, his ancestral ties to this village, that maybe there's a secret, maybe the sacred sword is sort of a secret among the OGs of the village, or it kind of lives on in casual folklore within their family that they don't really think to be of relevance to other people, so the knowledge doesn't go out. I don't know. But it's interesting that Shu seems to know about it. And of course I love the Forgotten Shrine. Randomly just makes me think of in Silent Hill 1, when Dahlia's like, there's another church in this town. I don't think it's a reference or anything, it just made me think of it. It was such a titillating idea. I remember when I first played that game, and Dahlia, kind of sinister reveal. It's just kind of creepy, like, oh, that isn't the only church, you know, there is another church, and it turns out to be hidden in a secret area in the walls behind the antique shop. The idea that there is another shrine in the town, Ebisugaoka, is just really titillating. Like, ooh, there is something here spiritually that we weren't aware of. There is something going on in secret. It's sort of interesting how the people of Ebisugaoka, they have their practices, their worship, but it seems like they aren't really in on the truth of things, and part of what we do as Hinako is learn and reveal the truth of the sort of supernatural things and the struggle between the gods for worship. I think the people of Ebisugaoka, other than the members of the Tsuneki clan, probably are not aware that there is a war for control over the area that is to be the subject of worship for the people of Ebisugaoka. I apologize if you occasionally hear the barking of a dog. Can't control it. So, an egg blocks our path, or some kind of amnion, and a kashimashi bursts out of it. It's one of those eggs that the birthing machine was laying. Clinical trial. I began taking this medicine out of desperation. My first impression was that it smells of peaches and is faintly sweet. After taking it before bed for the past 3 nights, I had my first lucid dream. For the whole night, I was able to organize my thoughts in a pleasant darkness. Was this what the tales meant when they said the drug allows you to speak with your inner self? I've heard that taking vitamin B6 makes it easier to remember dreams. However, I'm sure its effectiveness depends on factors like dosage and body composition. At any rate, this has been a letdown so far. So, interesting. Who could be writing this? Who is experimenting on themselves? I wish I had such a drug, though. Again, stop trying to manipulate me. Hinako tells this fog world version of the birthing machine to stop trying to manipulate her. And the eggs it lays in this world birth Kashimashi. This version is battered and scarred up and infected with the overgrowth of the red flower, and some of its eggs are area of effect explosive attacks. And if it had about half the amount of health it does, I would really dig it. You're in pain because you choose to be. I'm moving forward, she tells the monster as she finishes it off. I find interesting that this far from the end of the game, Hinako is explicitly telling the monsters to stop trying to manipulate her. I feel like at this point, I didn't know at this point that Hinako had that kind of consciousness about what's going on. And then she obviously explicitly recognizes the symbolism of the monster, that the monster is some kind of representation of real people. I think maybe she's projecting herself onto the monster. At some level, she's she's kind of instinctively aware of what these things are. Maybe she sort of in her memory recognizes it from the dark shrine. Like knowledge of the dark shrine reaches over to this version of her. Or maybe she's seeing that other Hinako or embodying her in a dream when she passes out. After all, the clinical trial note that we just read, this is the Omamori Suzerain, a great one. It makes perfect dodges easier. I always keep this one on. Maybe, so we just read that note on the clinical trial, and so maybe while she is in the dark shrine, she's experiencing it like the lucid dream in the pleasant darkness that the author of that note experienced. So she recognizes this monster as a sort of corrupted or weakened, or corrupted, battered version of that thing in the dark shrine. And she recognizes her dream, or the figures in the dark shrine, as things that are trying to enslave or influence or manipulate her. Now back here we have a small area that honestly is slightly easy to miss. This is the oldest Oinari statue in town, and beside it is a very important note. Strict mother's letter. Good morning, my handsome boy. You are different from those delinquents who run around town. You have noble blood running through your veins. Of course, every child must play in order to grow, but I simply ask that you choose wisely whom you play with. You must think of me as awfully overbearing, but please respect my wishes while you are still young. For when you are grown up, you will be free to do as you please. And right here is I've heard this water is specifically for washing and cleansing old, dirty things. That is a foreshadowing to New Game Plus, where we will cleanse an old, dirty thing. And I'm not talking about my wife. Hinako just went, ah. I haven't seen her do that before. think she was reacting to the monster, the gross, vomiting monster that Lucy's annoying. So as for this game being an action game, I think that if it had to be this type of action game, I think that one thing that would have massively improved it is if the movement, I don't know the right words for this, but like the camera always stays at the character's back. And if it were more like in the Resident Evil remakes where you could, or like The Last of Us or a lot of third-person stuff, where you could, using the movement button, you could run towards the camera, like the character would physically turn around and face towards the camera. It would just make the dodging and stuff and the movement just a lot more 3D and fluid, being able to move in any direction at any time. I think what makes this game kind of frustrating is the movement. Unless you're locked on, you can't really control where you're facing, and it feels harder to control the direction you dodge in. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, we just smoked that Irohihi so that it didn't. We just smoked that Ute. So, because if you don't smoke that Ute, it will like meet you on the other side of that log. Although it gives you a big arena to fight in. Even the town? I need to hurry home. We find that the town is being consumed by darkness. But in the case of Silent Hill F, the darkness is invasive flora. Actually, a disgusting amount of these red flowers has begun growing all over town. And there's points in this game where you can really feel the sort of nightmare, as if Hinako is having a nightmare, because when she comes into town and it's suddenly disgustingly overgrown, it reminds me of in Eraserhead when the main character goes to his baby and suddenly his baby is very sick and his response is, "Oh, you are sick." Like, it's just weird and dreamy and random. Wait, this place is still untouched. And we get a flashback. Blood, he's bleeding. Somebody help. I'll go get a grown-up. Calm down. It's just scared, that's all. It's okay. No need to be afraid. You alright? That's a lot of blood. Gotta get you fixed up. Thanks. Are you alright? How dare it bite kids? Beat that thing to death. I'm Kotoyuki. What's your name? I'm Hinako. Shimizu Hinako. I didn't even remember that. Seems that a repressed memory has just randomly surged up for Hinako. And now we have an entry on a new creature that we forgot to read earlier. A hideous monster covered in countless skin cysts. It spawns monster after monster from the dreadful smelling clumps of flesh it drops. Filthy, foul, and repulsive. The wonders of birth do not apply to this. I'm sorry for how gross that was. Our next entry is on the park that we're in. I think this is the park I used to play in a lot when I was little. I feel like all my memories of fun times and hard times took place here. Playing house with girls and playing dodgeball with boys. But kids will tell you that it's weird for girls to play with boys. They told me they wouldn't let me play because I hung out with the boys. I remember that moment of rejection and denial crystal clear in my head. Why do Showa kids try so hard to keep boys and girls so clearly separated? Is it truly such an awful thing to be part of both groups? So that is a formative thing for Hinako. New on Inari-sama. Inari-sama statues act as memorials for old or broken tools. It's okay to take these tools for your own as long as you have a use for them. This is called kishu, and it's an action that's considered virtuous. It's a teaching of Inari-sama to make the most out of tools in any way. The Gaming Muse has a new video on Foxlore, which is really cool, but it's basically about all the social lessons and political context of foxes throughout the ages. Over here is a letter from a boy on the slide. I know it's sudden, but I'm moving. I won't ever forget you, Hinako. Thank you for saving me. Kodayuki. So it's really interesting that this Kodayuki character is introduced so late in the game. We're wondering who he is. Why doesn't Hinako remember him? But apparently he was a good friend of Hinako's, or at least really cherished Hinako at one point. Now a radio is going off. Unconscious when found and no signs of breathing. This is Kanasho Rescue Team B. Copy that. Kanasho HQ out. Approximately 10 bodies on the ground. We'll check their conditions and report. Over. What has happened? Some kind of massacre? Now that I think about it, it's interesting that the massacre described in that radio transmission is already occurring, or has already occurred. Yeah, so the radio transmissions largely are like how the real world seeps through into this liminal zone that our Hinako, that this version of Hinako is living in. Static in the Silent Hill games is usually, radio. The radio is like it's a way of, it's the connection point. It's the way that signals pass. Like in Silent Hill 2, how you hear Mary speaking to you through the radio. And in the games in general, how the radio will go off when monsters are nearby. It seems that signals are passing through the radio to let you know of things that can't be detected with sight or sound. In this game's case, it's the only way that you can make contact with the real world is hearing passing transmissions from quote-unquote outside. Now it's important to note that this is seemingly a omniscient perspective. Hinako obviously in the real world is not listening to the police radio. I mean, perhaps she is. My town, it's nothing but a hive of monsters now. Hive of monsters, she calls it. Hinako is probably not hearing the police's radio transmissions in the real world. Instead, she is getting them as if by psychic means. Strict mother's letter. Good morning, my handsome boy. Even if you find yourself poor of pocket, you must never let yourself become poor of heart. You mustn't forget that you have inherited your father's noble blood. You must study hard and learn to be a gentleman. Do not think of yourself as a little boy, for you are simply a tiny adult waiting to grow. There will come a day when your father shall require your help. Mark my words. And obviously, that day did come. Here's another one of those boxes we can't open, and another strict mother's letter. Good morning, my handsome boy. I know it's a little sudden, but we shall be moving tomorrow. I have already notified your teacher, so just make sure to say goodbye to all of your friends. I shall tell you everything at home. So this is a follow-up to that backstory we were seeing in the last Dark Shrine section, where the housemates were writing about someone who was definitely of Tsuneki blood. So I hope you don't consider this like I'm telling you too much. Like, go away. Leave me alone. I'm not going to become one of you. So we see Hinako speaking to this creature in a personified fashion, which shows that she sees these monsters as people. Like, she knows who, quote unquote, they are, and describes motivations and agency to them, at least at this point in the game, or with this creature. I guess it's sort of like they're characters in her mind. Sort of like in a nightmare when sometimes something evil shows up in a nightmare, or some person shows up in a dream, and your mind is kind of preloaded with an understanding of who they are and what they want. I always find it so interesting how in dreams you already kind of know the backstory of your dream, and you have a whole alternative history. You have memories that aren't real. This kind of feels like that, this childbirthing machine is something that she already knows. She knows what it wants. Which I think is cool. and also obviously shows her both her resolve and like her sort of confidence in what she wants and her knowledge of herself, but it also shows like a degree of insanity and delusion. Not that she's crazy to feel this way about the monsters, but it just sort of appears from the outside like someone yelling at a hallucination. Like when someone is hallucinating and yelling, when they're having an unpleasant hallucination and they're yelling at the person or thing that they see, it's kind of like that. But she's rational to feel the way she does towards what that creature represents. It's really interesting again how simultaneously personal and individual this story is, while also not being about her at all. I think it's hard. Not much further, partner. So at this part of the game, Hinako has transformed. She has changed into a hero. She's become, rather than sort of scared and hesitant, and sort of like when she was like kind of annoyed at her friends, like, what the hell are they thinking running ahead? And she was kind of like, I guess I gotta do this, and she was kind of doing it out of necessity. Now she's really like, I'm coming to save you. So she, our fog world Hinako, is kind of in a way an agent of violence, but in a different way, in that she's doing it on behalf of her friends, and she's doing it herself without any divine aid, and she's using makeshift weapons made out of mundane objects like pipes and kitchen knives, rather than a beastly arm fused to her body that was bestowed upon her. I think there is, of course, personal and real resolve in both versions of these. This place is crawling with monsters. I need to get home. That's Hinako's way of telling us that we should just avoid this section, but we can go here now. There are some items. This is a little side path. It is dangerous in crawling with monsters, but there's an AMA and there's some notes. And you can also go to Sakuko's mailbox if you didn't earlier. Now, just so you know, I believe you can get all of these things later after the Shimizu residence when you have to go through this area anyway, although I'm not certain about this note we're about to find, and so I'm going to grab it now. But you can get the Ima and Sakuko's mailbox near the end of the game. First, of course, we have an Irohihi to contend with, and I dispatch it quickly with a knife. Anytime one of those Irohihi, the perverted dog man thing, shows up, I bust out the strongest weapon, the knife, because I'm not playing around with that thing. Now here is the research notes on Kakura Makakura. There exists a wondrous medicine that a veteran missionary is said to have brought to Nagasaki during the Tensho era, circa 1580 AD. It was a drug used during meditation by individuals to speak with their inner selves. It is said that through the power of this medicine, individuals become able to delve into their innermost selves. Everyone possesses an inner you, and inside that inner you is another inner you, and inside that inner you, etc. The endlessly repeating chain was named Kakura Makakura, a term from an old Nagasaki dialect referring to nesting structures. So, that is kind of what we are dealing with here. And something I find interesting is that there's like a infinite, or maybe just a multiple, like many, a long chain of inner selves. Now you can't tell what is myth and what is fact, but, and I'm just looking at this, yeah. You can't tell what is myth and what is fact, but it suggests that maybe in this game we're playing as maybe two higher inner selves of Hinako. But these aren't the only inner selves, and inside each of both of these inner selves there are more inner selves, maybe inside their own landscapes. But the sort of engine of this story is this phenomenon that is causing us to confront one another, these two inner selves, in a way that maybe they would not even encounter each other without the effect being in place. Also interesting is that Kakura Makakura. I thought it was the same as Hakukosu, but through that note, I'm not so certain. I think there's other notes too. So maybe that medicine is the same as Hakukosu and it's just a different name, and it's also a name for the phenomenon. Or maybe it's a mixture of Hakukosu and Kakura Makakura that we're taking, so we're taking something that makes us confront our inner selves, and at the same time a hallucinogen that puts us in contact with the gods. And as you just saw, if you go to get that Ama at this point, you get ambushed by an Arabare. Actually a really good jump scare. When I first played that part in the Arabare, like when you're going the corner and it slams down its knife arm, I was like, damn, I knew there would be consequences for me trying to do something good for myself. It's always like that. I'm going to check out this backyard. I unfortunately think that in this playthrough there might be a note or two that I missed. Something you can notice at this point of the game is that the fog has become thicker and darker, grayer. So you have less of a view off into the distance. And it's cool because that is not necessary to dealing with the draw distance in modern games. Maybe with the environmental changes, though, they did reduce the draw distance and use the fog for this purpose, because there might be more to load and keep on screen. Regardless, it fits with the story that things are getting darker. I need to check that out. I actually think it's just that the area just after Shu's house, things seem darker. Like there's less sunlight, maybe because of the trees. And there's like lights on on the lampposts. So we're getting pretty close to Hinako's house. And there is an Irohihi ahead, and I'm going to waste it with a knife. Just stun it and then slash. Use a focus attack. Because when monsters are stunned, they take more damage. And of course, this playthrough has been really slow because I have to look in every nook and cranny for items. It's what makes this game a survival horror game. And honestly, funny that survival horror games haven't changed, that you feel compelled to check every single corner for useful items and story information. And even having beaten it many times by the time, well, like 5 times by the time I recorded this, I still come up here wondering if there's notes or something that I missed. At least I got some candy. So we will now head down the path into the Shimizu residence where surely things are peaceful. No, it's got my home too. And we creep inside, watching the fog drift in. What's going on? The halls, the doors. Everything's changed. Why is... And the phone is ringing. Who's calling? Hello? Is this the Shimizu household? Hello, this is Okamoto Fisheries. Thank you for your continued patronage. Hello? And they hang up. What does that have to do with anything? So fun fact, Okamoto is the name of the producer, the current producer of the Silent Hill series. So now we proceed into Hinako's house, which is bathed in kind of gross green yellow light. I have mixed feelings about this area, and it would have been, I think this area would have really been amazing if there were more of a light and dark system like in the classical Silent Hill games. I think that what makes me find it so visually, it's not bad by any means, but I just am not compelled by the visuals and the colors and stuff. And I think it's the fact that our house doesn't have a room like this, Hinako says. This is the first time we're experiencing sort of a remixed, distorted world, like nowhere in the Silent Hill games of yore, or like some of the areas in the Dark Shrine. But I think that this house would be much spookier and prettier if you couldn't see everything at all times. I think it's the fact that there's this eerie, icky light but like everything is completely visual. There's nothing hiding in the darkness. And while it feels a little eerie, it doesn't feel like scary or dread-inducing. Now, this room is covered in blood. There's propane inside. Blood stains. Who did this? I think that's the kitchen. And there's blood everywhere. A trail of blood. Which is a little bit extreme if it's just I don't know, it's like a nightmare. As Hinako's fears turned into something blood-curdling and threatening. And here we have a note from Hinako. I'm still alive, but tomorrow I'll make sure you draw your final breath. I don't care if it's your special day. Interesting. Who could she be writing that to? I think it's to her married self. I think you realize at this point that Hinako is on a quest to kill that self that is embracing marriage. As we enter this room, Hinako asks, "Who took this?" I think referring to this picture over here. They shouldn't have had her say it as soon as she walked in because it's confusing. There's a picture of Rinko. There's pictures of all of our friends, and we will deal with that later. So this area is very much the psychological horror side. And it's Hinako fighting her way through her own home to uncover memories. This is my parents' room, isn't it? Certificate of full payment to Shimizu Kanta. Certificate of full payment. This certificate has been sent to certify that Shimizu Kanta has paid all outstanding loans and is hereby released from any further contractual obligations. We thank you for your continued patronage. We wonder, what does this have to do with anything? What debt did he have? And how did he pay off that debt? I will say this house does look really nice. And the light looks really good when it shines on Hinako and other objects, so even though I would have preferred a sort of flashlight, light, dark contrast like in the classic games, I still like it. Now there's these, I don't know what they're called, but like prayer areas where there's like a hanging little tapestry thing that seems to have Inari-sama symbol on it in many rooms throughout the house, and maybe that's just how it is in Ebisugaoka. Even the casual people do that. Does something fit here? This is Hinako's room. And I will check out that scroll, that document later when I come back to solve the puzzle that gets us into Hinako's room. So our goal in this house is to get in that room. There are no monsters here yet, and I really like how the indoor dungeons of this game kind of hold back on the monsters and give you a chance to explore and anticipate their arrival. It's good suspense. Like, whenever I started a dungeon in this game, I was scared about what I was gonna see, and it took so long to encounter it. It's a good, kind of smart decision. Axe. A durable axe used to chop wood. It's not the easiest weapon to wield due to how heavy it is, but it is reliable. This is our other heavy weapon that's available in this game. And I'm just gonna keep it in mind. Maybe use up my sledgehammer a bit first. But yeah, I really like how I wish there were more indoor, like, fog world dungeons in this game, but I really like how they kind of, like, they were patient with their creation. They were like, let's just let them wait and see. Let's let the dread build for when they're gonna see something threatening and awful. Now, this room is in a little bit of disarray. A lot of things have fallen. Maybe during this recording I'll pay attention to that, because I think there's definitely some environmental storytelling in this house that I haven't caught on to, because there's so much in it. Now, there's a sinister red light behind this door. Shoo, is that you? It won't open. Hang on. Calendar. A calendar placed beside the room at the end of the hallway. What's this doing here? This date. It feels like there's something special about it. So with that, we hang the calendar on the wall, and a light comes on beyond this door. And as we enter, we find ourselves in another version of Hinako's house. My house. What the hell's happening? Here's their bathroom with that Japanese style bath. I actually, watching this footage, there is a great light-dark contrast in this section. Maybe I was too quick to complain. I think maybe the TV I played it on kind of made a difference. Like, maybe the darkness didn't show as starkly. But this footage came out beautiful. Yeah, this is really creepy. I'm actually really liking this dungeon a lot more watching this footage. Phew. It actually is really creepy and dark in here. And that's pretty impressive, I think. Because you have one of the innate limitations of an action system like this, a combat system, is that it's harder to balance, like, complex melee combat mechanics with light and dark, because you have to be able to see. Now, there's an Ama in this room on the little altar thing. Now, I'm sure that Hinako's house does not have this many altars, so there seems to be like an absurdism to it. I think that... Now, here's a flashback. Idiot. How many times do I have to tell you? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Did you even taste this? It has no flavor. You're making me drink mud. You can't even do something simple like this. What kind of a worthless woman can't make miso soup? Stop it. You do this all the time. Cut it out. Shut up. And don't you dare talk to your father that way. Stay out of this. Why do you tolerate this, Mom? Why don't you stand up for yourself? And you, Dad, if you don't like her soup, make your own. You're good at cooking, aren't you? Hinako, stop. Please don't talk back to your father. I made a mistake. You just focus on getting to school. You didn't do anything wrong. Dad's the one who's in the wrong here. Hinako, do not talk like that about your father. Get to school, now. I hated my father, but I didn't really like my mother either. Yellowed calendar. A calendar placed in the room for some reason. So what I was saying was that there's kind of the vision of the design of the house is there's like an absurdity to it. It's not, it's not all dark and gross and rusty or anything like that. It's more unnerving because there's just duplicates of the same thing everywhere. And there's objects placed without reason. As we will see, there's some rooms that seem to be infinite, like just door after door after door. So it has it's not like a suffocating, dread-inducing atmosphere, but it's more like a subtle, unnerving type feeling. Not scary per se, but it sort of makes you feel slightly crazy. Hinako's diary. I hate my dad. I wish he would just die. I hate my mom too. She deserves to die as well. If I could just turn into a monster, then I'd take the two of them and crush them to death with my bare hands. I hate this house too. I hate everything. Everything. That remark about the monster is really chilling when you consider what happens later in this game. Now we have a new journal entry to read on Dad. I've heard that Dad used to be a fisherman when he was younger and would go on long fishing trips way out at sea. He managed to save up enough money during that to open up a restaurant, a place where he could put his skills with a knife to use. It didn't work out though. Not only did he lose all his savings, he took on new debt too. Now he spends his days drinking his life away in this sleepy little town that's a long way from the sea. He never even tries to cook anything anymore. It's only when he complains about Mom's food that he pretends to be some kind of important chef. So that has something to do with the debt that he paid off. It's interesting because we already learned about his debt being paid off. So there's sort of a happy ending there. Although if you consider the context, maybe it's not the happiest ending. I notice in this room that there is blood all over the floor and one of those gossip monsters kind of stumbling around. And I didn't want to fight the monster, so I didn't take much time looking around the room, but if you have any knowledge or ideas about kind of what is in that room and what it might be or represent, I would love to hear it in the comments. Hey, it's me, 2 days later. That was a breaking point in my recording. And I just realized that there is not blood all over that room. It is just the red fluid that the monster sprays that I was seeing. And, so yeah, however, I still love to hear from you in the comments about anything. And there will be other rooms in this house I will be equally perplexed by. I think something I just want to shout out, one of the visual things, the art design here, which is that those like stumbling red fluid spraying monsters. I think it's really cool that they have like a red fluid they can spray and it turns immediately into red flowers. It's like some kind of super fertilizer, some already cultivated thing. It's like full of life. And I actually learned a little bit more about the red flower that I think is really interesting. We're in this room to grab the portrait of Hinako over there. After I loot the usable items, and you hear Kashimashi arrive as you come in. Picture frame. A picture of me. I can't remember when it was taken, though. I feel like I've seen this photo before, says Hinako. I can't remember. So, in that picture, Hinako is in her school uniform. I think it hints that something is wrong. That Hinako is in her school uniform in like everything. Like she's never wearing anything else. Anyway, about the red flower. I learned that it symbolizes death in the sense of the connection to the afterlife, or the other side, in that everyone has such a connection, which is interesting. It's not just like dun 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 death, you know. It's not this Grim Reaper type thing. Someone else could explain it much better than me with more cultural context, but the reason I bring it up is because you see that monsters in the overworld here, or in the foggy town, have the red spider lily growing all over them. And I think I've pointed out that the Kamugawa, the thing that is like a man with a blown out face who crawls on all fours in the dark shrine, seems to have like roots or something extending down through the hole in his chest. You can see like plant-like things, but it's not like a blooming red flower. But then of course the Irohihi, which is the same body shape as him, has flowers blooming out of its body, sort of like it's originating, like the flowers are originating from within its body and blooming out of its head. And to me, it seems like a connection to the dark shrine, or the other side, the underworld, because that area is implied to be like the other side, the land of the dead. And so it's like the roots are growing out of, they're extending from the Kamugawa up into the fog world through the Irohihi. And I would need to look closer at the other creature designs in the Dark Shrine to see if there are any other such patterns that imply some kind of root system between them and their overworld variants. It doesn't feel right to look at this, says Hinako, looking at that kind of creepy child's face drawing on the wall. Basically 3 circles, which I think is a visual reference to the halo of the sun. On the wall of this playroom is a little riddle. I'm always alone, so I'm okay with playing by myself. This means I have the right dish and the left dish all to myself. I like to play with Kokeshi dolls a lot. I'm extra careful to share them with left Hinako and right Hinako, so it's fair to both of them. This is kind of there's like just a slightly sad puzzle based on Hinako's memory of loneliness as a child, and also her current predicament, her split self, and the choices she has to make between sides of herself, or rather the battle to the death that takes place. To be honest, I don't know how the riddle gives any clue as to the solution to this puzzle, but it's easy enough, just trial and error. Here we get the scales plate, a wooden block with a slanted scale painted on one side. Wonder what it is for. What's this? Hinako asks. An Akashimashi appears in the room. We place a calendar on the wall and go through. I always just run from that Kashimashi that appears because my business in the room is done anyway. Should take advantage of any opportunity you have to flee in this game. I think because of the combat system, it's sometimes you forget that fleeing is an option, but it is a survival horror game. I like this area that Irohihi kind of prowls the halls. It's Hinako's house is one area that I like how the Irohihi are used in it, because they sort of, like, you encounter them outside a lot in encounters that feel kind of mandatory, but in the Shimizu household, they're kind of like patrols, and there's that tension of trying to avoid them or lead them into the right area, encounter them on a strategic position. Any sort of, you hear their thumping footsteps echoing through the hallway as they get closer, and it's really tense. Whenever you encounter Irohihi in this game, it's like, oh, one of these fuckers again. It's frustrating, but that makes it scary. It smells horrible. What is this? Hinako thinks, seeing that the bathtub is full of blood and potentially something else. The sunlight looks really nice in here. This area of the building is sunlit. The sunlight feels like it's coming from far away. You still feel very trapped in here, but it looks really pretty. The footage is prettier than how it looked on my computer. So it has this sort of like gloomy, lazy Sunday feel, like you're alone at home. As a teenager, that's the feeling it gives me. Like when I would be home alone while my mom was at work in the summer when I was a teenager. Yeah, I replayed this area yesterday because I had a save in here because I was going to record ambience. I wanted to record new ambience that didn't have Hinako's footsteps in it because of her moving animation. And it's actually a really good area. I really enjoyed. It's scary. Is this my room? Hinako asks. In this version of Hinako's room, there is a bloody mess over by the bookshelf. And in the bottom drawer of this dresser is a fragrant letter. There are many creatures that discard their shells as they mature. I believe that the suffocating feeling you are experiencing is merely a sign that you are growing up, a hint that it is time to rid yourself of your shell. Don't you think it's a strange coincidence your name means baby bird? I'm sure all of this is simply pointing you to the fact that the time for you to spread your wings and fly is drawing near. I think there's a typo in that letter because it said spread your wings. See, Hinako has some posters of track and field, being the runner she is, on the bottom shelf. I first wanted to take a look at her books. I can't read any of the Japanese, but it's cool. We get these random opportunities to look at items up close. On the bottom shelf of her dresser is this fake book that has a block of wax inside, a semi-transparent block of wax that we can, well, do something with. We'll see. So that fragrant letter, the fragrance of it is, if you pay attention, is hinted at in a note we picked up much earlier in the second Dark Shrine section, and it's a note that talks about the love spells and how they are accompanied by the scent of sandalwood. And I believe that letter we find in Hinako's room it's fragrant because it smells like sandalwood. Is this really my house? Hinako asks. I love this little section because it's just surreal. There's no, it's a room, you don't know what's remarkable about it. And then there's another room that is, I think, like a mirror, sort of a rotated version of the previous room. And then a third room that has one of the stronger kashimashi in it. And again, nothing particularly remarkable, some kokeshi dolls. Except when we look through this slit in the door that we can't open, we just see another room, and over there in the corner is our doll, leaning against the corner. A very easy detail to miss, but this implies that there's just this endless chain of rooms. We're in some kind of labyrinth. I'm actually falling in love with Hinako's house, having played it again last night and then watching the playthrough now, because it's a type of spooky we haven't had before, where it's surreal in a very understated way, a way that doesn't insist on itself being, strange, like, spooky. It's a house, and you encounter things that are just spatially weird and excessive, and so each room is pretty much a normal room of a house, but as you traverse the place, you just are wondering who would live here. The sum of the rooms as these normal rooms come together is just very strange and implausible and senseless. The layout of the place makes no architectural sense or practical sense. There appear to be infinitely repeating strings of rooms, and it's way too big for a family of 4. So as we enter this hallway, we find a locked door, and we find the kitchen again with blood everywhere. And this hallway full of Kokeshi dolls. More Kokeshi dolls than anyone could do anything with. Like a hoarder of Kokeshi dolls. Getting more and more as we approach this back area. There's a drawer to check inside of. And then we get to one of my favorite little moments in the game. In this room is one giant Kokeshi doll with its head damaged and one sinister glowing yellow eye staring out at us. And on the floor amid the Kokeshi dolls is a page from Mom's diary. April 7th, Showa 36, 1961. I still have trouble believing it. How could things turn out this way? The rest of the page has been hastily torn off. What is this tragedy that her mom is experiencing? I should leave right away, thinks Hinako, when she examines the Kokeshi doll, whose eye is following her. And the writers and English translators should be very proud of that flavor text, I should leave right away, because it isn't sensational, it isn't insistent, it isn't dramatic, it's not trying to insist on the scariness of it. It's very calm and understated. It conveys this quiet urgency, the same type of urgency you might feel when, let's say, you're out in a public place and someone nearby is just giving you a bad feeling, and your sort of instincts kicked in, your gut feelings are just telling you, like, I should get away from this person. Propane tube, a pipeline that can be connected to a something. I didn't take the time to read it, but we got the propane tube. But yeah, I should leave right away with the ellipses preceding it is a really good flavor text for that thing. And it's interesting because, you know, in real life you might expect like a what the fuck is this, but it's so interesting that the feeling it's giving Hinako is just like, okay, nothing is wrong right now, but something feels off. It kind of feels like maybe she's like in the park and it seems, and she sees like a guy staring at her across the park, you know what I mean? Like it really got under my skin. 'Cause that's not the craziest, like, weird thing we've seen in a Silent Hill game. And so, rather than trying to top, you know, trying to, like, one-up other scary things, it just is confident in its own understated spookiness. I stupidly thought that I could fight an Irohihi with a sledgehammer, a very slow attacking weapon, and locked myself into a heavy attack, so I got munched on. Yeah. I noticed also yesterday I was playing on the casual difficulty, the easiest difficulty, and I didn't remark on it, but earlier I was fighting a childbirthing monster. And I noticed on casual mode, or maybe it was even patched out on story difficulty, but on casual mode there's an Irohihi instead of one of those, which I really appreciated. So that block of wax we found in Hinako's room, we're melting it down, and inside is a fletching key, a key with a bird pattern on the back, obtained from the melted piece of wax. Pretty neat. And that is the key to the living room that was locked in the previous section of Hinako's house. So I just had an opportunity for a counter, but I'm so not used to using focus for that I completely ignored my opportunity for a counter against that Kashimashi. So now we are going to this room of pictures in the back. We've obtained our picture of ourselves, so we can now solve the puzzle. I don't know if I mentioned, but the puzzles in Hinako's house do not scale with puzzle difficulty. They actually change depending on which ending you are on track for, because by the time you get to Hinako's house, you are locked into your ending. Because the last choice you have to make towards your ending is purifying the sword. So this one's simple. The ones who are crossed out in the picture go upside down. Also above the room, that slithering orange light is creepy, and it appears to be the dark shrine above the ceiling between a veil of white bird and fox plate, a wooden block with a white bird painted on one side and a fox on the other. Wonder what it is for. And as we pick up this plate, we hear a terrifying roar above us. The light flashes red, as it does when the insanity mist comes on in the dark shrine. Something is happening on the other side of reality. that part is actually really scary. Like I said, I played it last night and I knew it was coming. And I had cleared all the monsters in the house, or in this area, and it still filled me with horror. Like, just the sound of it, it's just, and like the way the light changes, and yeah, it's funny because when we started this area, I was kind of like criticizing it, and you know, and then I played it in the middle of these recordings, and I was like, damn, this actually is a really scary, good area. I think I think it's like because it is sort of a labyrinth area, you're trapped inside. Like, you can't leave. It is sort of a nowhere, like distorted, spatially distorted version of reality. I think when I first played it, I wanted like an actual location with the same layout as in real life, like in the school or other Silent Hill dungeons, but forgetting about that, like it actually, it's weird because I have said this is one of the least scary Silent Hill games, but I actually was really scared the first time I played it. Like, I was like really tense and scared, and the sounds of the kashimashi were horrifying, and it was honestly stressful. If I were to say, I think that it's like one of the most stressful Silent Hill games. And I think the stress added to the scariness is like viscerally kind of like, it's different, so you recognize it less as fear, but it really spikes your cortisol in a way that you might not do for fun in gaming, I'll give it that. So in this area, we come back here, and we find that there's a brand new hallway suddenly appeared in this third area of Hinako's house. We open the door, and it's another hallway, and inside is another replica of Hinako's room, bathed in blood, streaks of blood everywhere. Bloody murder. I love that the anxiety about real life, Omamori Kuku, greatly increases damage inflicted while in a near-death state. It's like your red teardrop ring in Dark Souls, or whatever it's called. No, but I love that the stress of it is like a nightmare. The stress of real life manifests into this anxious, just gross, terrifying scene of bloody murder that doesn't directly correspond to anything happening in the real world. You know, there are plenty of, like, tons of metaphors in this game that are easy to link to, you know, their meaning in the story, but it's always worth appreciating the things that are not direct metaphors, that are just anxiety manifest. Enough already. What? Hinako, your father, he... Stop sugarcoating it. I know, okay? It's because of your debt, isn't it? What? You little. You were tricked by some fool. He took all your money and it's your fault. Mom's had to cut expenses. People were laughing at Junko because she had to wear old clothes. That money was for our family. It was to bring us just a little bit of happiness. So cut the crap and apologize. To me, to Junko, to Mother. Apologize for all the trouble you've caused us. How dare you speak to me like that? Dear, please don't. Please. I beg you. Hinako, I'm sorry, but could you go to the grocery for me? But I don't care what you buy. Just go. Now. Let me go. I've had enough of this. Who the hell does she think she's talking to? Please calm down, dear. Relax. Women get treated no differently than animals, says Hinako, having watched this harrowing flashback of her dad throwing a knife at her. And we get the black bird and sword plate. A wooden block with a black bird painted on one side and a katana on the other. Wonder what it is for. So the black bird and the white bird represent Hinako. And what's cool is that the black bird and white bird are personal. They are Hinako's name. They're the symbol, the representation of Hinako. Everyone in this game has an animal representing them, but it's personal. But on the other side of the plate is the sword, the sacred sword, which is much larger than Hinako. It contains, it's a spiritual thing. It's part of the history of Ebisugaoka. Likewise, on the white bird plate on the other side is a fox, which is obviously Inari-sama. So we have in these plates that get us into Hinako's room, we have the spirits that represent the different sides of Hinako's choice. And her choices are the battleground for the gods. Now we're gonna first look at the picture puzzle because it's interesting. There's like a gross, scary stories to tell in the dark face. And then we have the riddle that gets us into Hinako's room. The sword and the fox fought, battling upon a set of scales. The heavens themselves shuddered at the ferocity of their struggle. Day after day the sun rose behind the fox's back and set behind the swords, yet their fight knew no end. The scales on which they fought, however, were no more, having been destroyed long ago. So this is sort of a depiction of Hinako herself being used as a battleground for the gods. And we will learn more about that in New Game Plus, but the gods need the worship of humans for power. It opened, but what was that about? Hinako wonders. There are red capsules in her room. And here we get the item we need to rescue Shu, the pine tree emblem, a wooden badge with an engraved pine tree design. And then we get another flashback. Hinako, Shu's on the phone. Tell him I'm not here. I already told him you're here. Then tell him I'm heading out shopping or something. Okay, I'll tell him. Hinako is seen stuffing letters into her dresser drawer and then throwing back a pill. So she's already begun taking Shu's medicine. And she's been reading some fragrant letters as we try to exit, though. You can see me, right? Now you can even hear my voice. Don't just stand there. Come in. I have something I want to talk to you about. Tell me, who are you? I think it's weird too. To not have a grasp of yourself. To not understand your own feelings. What do you mean? What are you talking about? I think you're me, but I'm not you. That's my guess. But who are you? I am Hinako. But what does that make you? I'm also Hinako. Although I might not have Shimizu Hinako's heart and mind anymore. You're not making any sense at all. What the hell are you talking about? Then stop playing dumb with me. Why are you acting like this, like you don't know what's going on? Hey, look at me. Look at me. Use your head and think. Think about it. I could have killed you off at any time, but I didn't. Any idea why? Because I'm serious. Shimizu Hinako, I wanted to talk to you. We have to fight, you and I. A fight to the death as equals, but all you do is run away. Running and running. You're not even trying to take any of this seriously. If you're going to keep running like this, then fine. I'm going to kill you, once and for all. Oh, and it's not going to end with you. I'm going to kill Mom and Dad too, in this house. This whole town's going with them. Rinko and Sakuko are next. And of course, your precious partner as well. Where is he? Where is Shu? Hey, is Shu really that special? He still just treats you as his pal to play Space Wars with, right? He doesn't even see you as a woman. He is just some guy you grew up with. His death won't matter one bit. You're wrong. He's my friend. He's special. My one and only partner. I won't let you kill him. And she is gone. Who exactly was that? I'm actually curious who exactly that was. Because it's obviously to do with the Kakura-Makakura effect. We're speaking with ourself, but this has led Hinako to think that she needs to kill the other parts of herself. That her encounter with herself must be a fight to the death. I think maybe that is a higher Hinako. Maybe that is real life Hinako, quote unquote. It's like the Hinako who is consciously outside of this realm, who's not in the middle of the battle of the soul. I think that she's having the experience from the Kakura-Makakura of her conscious mind, directly speaking with herself. Obviously she has some disturbing ideas and plans in store. but we'll see about those. No, I'm just running past that thing, putting the emblem in the door, and stepping into this liminal hallway, which is lit with red light. It's made its way in here, Hinako says. And that's dreamlike in the sense that this weird hallway, this between space, is like normal to her. Like she says here, as if it's a place that is recognizable to her. I think that this area is very Silent Hill 4, if you've played Silent Hill 4. Because all the areas in that game are like one man's sort of nightmare dreamscape based on a real place. So they are both real and kind of spatially nonsensical and surreal, with surreal flourishes, and that game does a really good job of kind of portraying what a nightmare looks like. You know how in nightmares you'll be in these strange, distorted versions of real places that are built in ways that don't make architectural sense, and that's what this area is like, and that's what Silent Hill 4 is like. We're like inside of Hinako's mindscape version of her home. I like in this hallway how the red spider lilies and vines have wrapped around the lamps, reddening the light. And of course we have one red overhead light there. It kind of like the red mist in the dark shrine. It kind of like makes a connection to that motif, that it's like light filtered through the red flower. Now we will enter the room where our poor partner is captive, waiting for us. But I took a scenic step back so we could admire the red flowers hanging down from the ceiling. Have some vines in the foreground. It's very pretty. They still have not added a photo mode to this game, frustratingly. I'm sure it's hard to implement, but I would still like one. When we enter the room, we see a terrifying, upsetting sight. All three of our friends hanging, their bodies showing traces of the manner of death that we delivered to them earlier in the dark shrine. Why? Why did it have to come to this? It seems maybe that other Hinako made good on her threat. It's Hinako. She's back. About time. We've been waiting for you. We find ourselves at a wedding feast. Feast of rotten food. Filthy. Hinako, you are late. Huh? Finally, we were about to get started here. What? What did you say? Do it, Kanta. You're the best. The wife gives him the knife. Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, prepare to witness a master with a blade. Yo! You dare disrespect me? And he throws the blade to the ground, and it ripples as if a memory, as if it's not actually there. We seem to go into a panic attack, remembering this traumatic experience with our dad, and our jubilant father transforms into a slightly personalized version of the Ara Abare. And the mother, complicit, had handed him the knife earlier. Seems to want to help him in his violence. You are a woman, act like one. I've said it time and time again. We don't have a choice. It's a woman's role in society, says the mother. Dad, Mom, why? Kind of doing good here. I've had enough of your attitude. Show some gratitude. We raised you. Don't you dare give me that look. Is that how you treat your mother, I think? Or father? I didn't have time to read it. That was a very quick fight, but after a while, you only have to fight the dad. After a while, they just sort of are like, fine, whatever. The mom looks back at us, kind of chill, maybe a little disappointed. And we watch them retreat away out of the house, as if going to greet a guest, which we will see is exactly what they're doing. Behind them, they've left a trail of filth on the floor. Having shed their monstrous forms, they just leave it in the hallway. Father? Mother? And outside we see the monster that's been stalking us, looming over our parents. And the monster kills them. Hinako panics and is taken by one of her thunderclap headaches. It's interesting, Hinako was experiencing tension headaches. And these seem to be what happen when you pass out. We find ourselves back in the dark shrine. Please drink this. It will ease your pain. A lot of painkillers being taken at the ceremony. What happened? Your body is still acclimating, but you're doing well so far. She spills a bit, still learning how to I love how her fur kind of floats majestically. The others, have they given up on me? I feel like it's only a matter of time. I will not allow that to happen. You've got some of your color back. It's beginning to take effect. We're basically flash recovering from a surgery here. What is this? A filtered mixture of rice and water offered to ancestral spirits. It contains a divine power. I can stand now. Thank you very much. Very well. Be careful. Fox mask. Ah, yes. Please take this. He puts the brooch. It serves as proof that you are mine. Now, I have one more thing to show you, if you'll follow me. Okay. If only he could simply show us, instead of making us fight our way to where he is. And he disappears again, leaving us alone in this massive chamber. Brooch. The very old and precious brooch seems to have a reassuring power. It is the charming power of the fox that charms us, but also seduces us with power. Now we have a new journal entry to read on the formidable foe that we just fought, our parents. The monster that my father turned into. It acts the same way he did when he let his anger get the best of him. It was only the curse of fatherhood that made my dad appear human. This form, his true form, must have been hidden underneath all along. There's a lot of clear, distorted thinking from trauma under that. And now, the mother, the monster that my mother turned into. I'm not even sure she's realized what's happened to her. Always being humiliated and abused. Her twisted idea of happiness. There's no way that she was a human to begin with. Here we see Hinako's trauma and hatred turning into straight up dehumanization. We have a new entry on Dad. I used to think it was just my dad who was like this, but after listening to all the married women around here complain, every man seems just as bad. All their husbands are just as short-tempered, just as violent, just as useless, and do just as little to help out their wives. After learning this, every grumpy-looking old man in town I see reminds me of him. When I think that I was born and raised just to support these horrible tyrants, I lose all hope. If everything works out, they're going to give my father a bit of money. I'm sure he's desperate to use it to pay back his debts. My father is selling me to pay back his debts. So now it is made completely clear that you have been sold into an arranged marriage. We also have a new entry on our mom. A woman's happiness begins with marriage. She told me that every opportunity she got. Am I supposed to believe that she's actually happy with the life she has now in this house? Today, my dad threw a knife. It got stuck in the tatami mat. There are chips and dings all over the house. Every last one is from when he threw something. Is that what happiness is to my mother? Seeing her house in such a sorry state and full of scars. I honestly relate to Hinako's resentment. I understand it's a cycle, but it's really easy to be angry at someone who seems to accept or be complicit. I've heard it said that abused children hate their father, but they resent their mother. It's more complex. It's easy to hate the person who abused you. It makes more sense, but it's harder to reconcile, to come to peace with hating someone who wasn't doing the violence but was accepting it. Someone who did love you, unlike the abuser, but didn't do enough and even enabled the abuse. So I understand Hinako's feelings. I think this game is acutely aware that she's a teenager. She thinks and talks like one. There's apparent sunlight shining down, something we probably didn't expect. I think that since we entered the dark shrine, day has broken, or maybe it's some kind of divine light. But I think at some point when we were in the depths of the dark shrine, the sun rose, whereas when we first entered it was nighttime. It was fully dark out. The day-night cycle in the real world seems to lag behind, because in the next section it seems to be breaking dawn or something, or maybe it's sunset. Anyway, we're heading into our final section of the Dark Shrine. There's a large mural on the wall that will be our path forward. And seemingly infatuated with this place, Hinako says, "What a lively looking painting." And this is the part where it seems like she sort of feels honored with her station. So, I will be reading these to you later, these inscriptions on the tapestries, which will tell us how to solve the mural puzzle. But first we have to go get the 3 medallions. We've got another little rule of 3s puzzle. Incredible. All of them, she says. She's referring to these creepy fox statues with blood all over them. And at the front of the room, there is a note we're going to read. Another family physician's log. February 13th, dawn. Mr. Hidetoshi and his wife have passed away one after the other. At the time of death, the skin all over their bodies was covered in sores and had begun sloughing off. The smell was indescribably awful. I could not bear to take a closer look. The head of the house did not give permission to perform autopsies on the bodies. There will be no funeral, and they will be sent to be cremated immediately. February 14th, midnight. The eldest son has passed away. Again, there will be no funeral, and the body will be sent away for cremation. The eldest and second-born daughters are also experiencing symptoms that are worsening by the hour. I believe they will be critical condition by tomorrow at the latest. So they're being sent away without funerals, I think. Maybe this is to cover up the curse, to keep rumors of a curse from spreading, or something like that. Or maybe it has something to do with preventing the spread. Now, to solve this part, you have to pull an arrow out of the fox's chest, and we get an ornate scroll. Purify once and for all. Leave the filth of your world behind, it says. This is what we are doing. This is like, I will cleanse it all, the filth of this world, Hinako says. She is cleansing the filth that is her past and her bloodline. So this is, the section we're in is another test for Hinako. If not a test, then a ritual for her to cleanse her own history and settle into her new role, her new body even, that she's been given. As we can see, it involves a lot of killing of these beings. Tara Devlin made a cool short on, I keep forgetting their names, but the Harai something, and they're the kind of standard enemies, the ones that are sort of like the Dark Shrine, Kashimashi. I need to rewatch that and refresh myself. But she kind of speculated what they are. Because the Dark Shrine monsters, like, they have symbolic meaning, but they also seem to be more sort of slightly more literal. Yeah, this is the most combat intensive section of the Dark Shrine. It's about this point where some people criticize the amount of combat in this game, because this part on is kind of a series of, it's kind of like a combat gauntlet. Of course, I didn't mind it because, oh, that's a cute Omamori. The hound. It's got a cute dog on it. I didn't really mind it. I didn't even think about it much when I first played it because I was so, like, intrigued by the story and Konasu Kato's acting was so good, like her hysterical, angry, like when the combat trial was coming, I was really convinced by Konasu Kato's acting as Hinako, that I was like, hell yeah, I'm gonna beat the shit out of these things, because they ruined my life. But yeah, in this section, I think the meaning is like a continuation of the last Dark Shrine section, where we're becoming a killer. We're cleansing, and in killing, it's kind of like we're erasing ourselves through all the killing, getting into a flow state and forgetting everything else, including our own past. So this enemy to me is like the second most tedious to fight. It's not too bad, it's just like, it's tanky. I have no complaints about the monsters if a few of them were just less tanky. I think the monsters have the coolest designs. They're creepy and gross and weird and unsettling. Now in this back room we have another housemaid's note. Shortly after I became their maid, there was talk of an arranged marriage for the young heir to a noble woman. This led to the heir unceremoniously ending all his scandalous relationships with women, including one with a young housemaid named Sachie. Sachie came from a family of poor farmers, but her beauty shone brighter than the sun, something that had caught the young heir's eye. By the time his marriage was being arranged, she already had a life growing inside her, and the two had made vows to run away and start a new life together. And yet, the young heir cruelly and wantonly cast her aside. Likely, he simply did not want his prospective marriage to be ruined. So, the Tsunekis kicked Sachie out and drove her to some far-off place where they could forget her existence, despite the peace of the family she carried with her. People say that she was fighting back tears so hard that blood began to trickle from her eyes. The blood trickling from her eyes is a mystery to me that I don't understand. I think it might just be like a sort of exaggeration, sort of like myth, like you know what I mean. Black sparrow crest, a badge with something carved into it. Looks like a black sparrow. Regardless, I mean, if I miss something about blood coming from someone's eyes, then definitely let me know, but I think, yeah, so the story we're dealing with is one of the heirs of the Tsuneki family, or the heir apparent, had an affair, got a woman pregnant, so he has sort of an illegitimate child out there somewhere. And that illegitimate child turns out to be very important. So here we are back in the mural room, and we have another ornate scroll laid out for us. Abandon once and for all. Familial ties must be severed. So, I'll sever the ties. My family is here. This is obviously Hinako saying goodbye to the Shimizus, her parents, her existing family. She, in her sort of stupor-like state, is giving up her past she's like happy to do so. The banquet, has it come to a close? She asks. Very interesting. Like she's been somewhere else while her wedding banquet was happening. I think her wedding banquet was happening when she was fighting her parents. Over here we have another housemaid's note. The Tsunekis are the most notable family in this area and are known for their wealth. For generations, each head of the family has possessed a talent for business, an acumen they have utilized during times of social unrest to amass a large fortune. However, given that a great many suffered while they grew rich, their actions have often drawn envious eyes. When I first entered into service for the Tsunekis, my grandmother shared some of the many rumors that swirl around the family. Each time the world falls to pieces, the Tsunekis' treasury only grows larger. The Tsunekis are happily waiting for misfortune to strike, so they can line their pockets. I wonder what this means, honestly. How do the Tsunekis profit off misfortune? Is it through... It reminds me of the Sonozakis in Higurashi when they cry. They sort of retain power through the idea of a curse by taking advantage of superstitions. This room is also covered in blood. So if you don't know, in this section you have to check the fox statues, pull the arrow out and it will point you in the right direction. Otherwise you will be forced to fight monsters, which is kind of annoying. Strict Mother's Letter. Good morning, my handsome boy. Your real last name is Tsuneki. It is told that those of the Tsuneki lineage are destined to bring good fortune when the world is in disorder. In fact, that is how your father earned succession to the Tsuneki lineage, and you, who have inherited your father's noble blood, are sure to be next in line. To make your name, I took one character from your father's name and one character from mine. That way, when anyone from the Tsuneki family hears your name, they will immediately know you are our child. So, this illegitimate child, I really love this character of his mother, who is poor, but she's very determined to have a good life for him. She's not trying to profit off his lineage. Maybe in a way she's getting some kind of affirmation or closure for the way that he abandoned her, but she's really like serious about raising him, and she really wants him to have the life that the Tsuneki lineage would afford him. I really love this enemy, this dark shrine version of the Ara Abare. It's got the, it looks like it's actually wrapped in kudzu and maybe like, I think white flowers and kudzu. And I think the kudzu represents the Tsuneki family. The white flowers, I'm not certain. It could be the Hakakosu or something. Or another white flower whose significance I'm forgetting. Again, I'm not certain to what degree I don't know, but it's very regal. It controls these enemies, these women. It's got authority, and I think it represents patriarchal authority in a similar but more institutionalized way than the Ara Abare kind of represents like the common folk, the common patriarch. Whereas this one has ceremonial drums built into it, and it has the leaf that represents the Tsuneki clan, and it controls other monsters, literally like puppets. And so I think it's like the institutional patriarchy of something like a noble clan. This intimidating thing that Hinako is joining, this hierarchy that Hinako is joining. And I like that her sort of test for joining it is through fighting. It's not backing down, and instead vanquishing these things. Maybe she's like fighting other rival authority figures in a sense. The monsters are really, it's really brutally designed too. It's funny because the green, the kudzu also looks like rot. It also looks gross, biologically gross. It could, like, I don't want to be too gross, but it just looks kind of like infected or like mold, But it's also beauty. So, like, it depends on whether you squint or not to see that it's actually flora. But the like saw, the circular saw type things that it has built into it are really brutal. Nothing a couple focus attacks can't take care of, though. And this is a nice, pretty area of the Dark Shrine. Here's the white sparrow crest, a badge with something carved into it. Looks like a white sparrow. This is a pretty area of the Dark Shrine. I'm taking a lot of time to look around for items. Innocent and afraid, says Hinako, looking at the white sparrow. Obviously, she is talking about herself. The white sparrow being the other Hinako, who is innocent and afraid, while our Hinako, the black sparrow, is not. She is embracing her role. She's a killer. She probably looks upon her other self with condescension. Ornate scroll. Be reborn once and for all. You are Shimizu Hinako, no more. This one is very direct. Yes, I will be reborn. There's I can't think of what to call the trope, but the trope of like demonic seduction. I don't know. I hate that I reached for this one, but she's going Anakin Skywalker, embracing the dark side. At this big room. Again, it's paramount to remember that you just need to find the fox with the arrow stuck in it. And pull the arrow out and follow where it looks. I can use this. This is easy to miss. There's a door over here that you can open. And it has some great lore inside, and an ima. Letter with a pressed flower. There used to be nothing I hated more in the world than being forced to live as a proper girl. But when I think of you, I start to wonder if maybe, just maybe, there was a reason I was born a girl. I hope these feelings will reach you, like dandelion seeds carried in the wind. This is a letter written, I think, by Hinako to Koduyuki, having been seduced by his sandalwood-smelling letters. Here's the emo. I actually missed this originally and had to re-record this part because I wanted the notes in here. Mandate of the clan. A living sacrifice shall be offered every 8 years, for nothing else can quell the wrath which dwells in the waters deep. She shall be a maiden, fair and pure of heart, and the blood which flows through her veins shall be that which has been blessed by the stars and is beloved by fate. Let it be known that only the most suitable sacrifice shall quench the being's vicious thirst. The duty of finding such a sacrifice shall fall upon the head of this house. So I'm starting to think this is an important note, it's important backstory that isn't discussed much, but I think that what might have been meant by the Tsuneki's profit off disaster is that the Tsunekis are in charge of keeping Inari-sama in power. Strict mother's letter. Good morning, my handsome boy. I have good news. Indeed, good news to a Tsuneki is always accompanied by the news of someone else's death. Your father and that woman he kept as a pet have both gotten sick and died. And now, your grandfather, the head of the house, has invited you to the Tsuneki residence to make you successor. It is a pity that I couldn't reacquaint you with your father, but at least I was able to make you successor to the Tsuneki lineage. Okay, there's something a little screwed up about that, like, even though he didn't know his father, it must be really weird and hard to hear that his dad died, that he never met. And she's just sort of like, good news, your estranged father died. Your deadbeat dad died, great. She's a little bit too obsessed with his status and not his developing his identity and his emotional development. Like, you gotta have a little sensitivity. I would have framed that differently, but I'm not a parent, and I understand that she was very eager for her son to have a good life and not be a poor farmer. Here is our statue with the arrowhead stuck in it, on its butt. Just pull that thing right out. And do not go into any other doors. Ornate scroll. Sacrifice once and for all, body and soul made pure by rebirth. Offer all that is yours. I offer all of me. I belong to. I am his. What's important here is not just that, in this game in general, is not just that Hinako is getting married. Is sometimes treated like it's some super boring, mundane thing, like, oh, she's conflicted about her marriage. She's been sold into marriage to a noble family that is also kind of a murder gang that sacrifices women, literally does human sacrifices. I'm grateful for this arm I've been given, is one of the things Hinako says when you activate her beast mode. No, but she's in a really terrifying circumstance. And I am trying to remember. I'll figure it out and I'll get back about it. But we just read a note about how the Tsuneki family is mandated. The clan is mandated to sacrifice a woman every so many years, and the woman must be chosen by the head of the clan. I think it's possible that these women are the brides. So it's not just apprehension about a marriage, it's a particularly terrifying thing. Junko, forgive me for interrupting, but I wish to speak with Hinako for just a moment. May I? Of course. Junko, did you kill it? Is it gone? Yes. Is it gone? What do you... I see. For today only, this will be our little secret. But if it happens to remain alive even after today, as your sister, I'll kill you if I must, for his sake as well. Shall I give you two a bit more time? No. You've given us plenty. Thank you, truly. Did you have a good discussion? Yes. Then we should press on. So Junko is talking about the other Hinako. Fox mask crest, a badge with something carved onto it. It looks like a fox mask. Junko is talking about our other self. This must be your insignia. Now I'm gonna do what I do and check every corner of this room for items. That's that room causes a lot of... I like it as like an emotional climax. Because like for no reason it gets all red in the room and there's like symbols floating through the air. And if you know anything about those symbols, let me know. I don't know, there's so much panic that I never pay much attention. I just like run and fight the birthing machine monster. So it culminates in having to fight one of those things. And the exit lays this time are Kamugawa, not just the blade leg monsters, which I think is cool. And we have a journal entry. This is the puzzle, the riddle for our mural puzzle. Prove your intent with the crest 3. Show what lies deep within your heart. Let the line of foxes guide you. Offer the crest and lay bare your soul. The black bird wishes to take the white bird. The white bird wishes to resist. The fox brings along his followers in triumph. He notices not the two birds in conflict. I think the birds in conflict is obviously the two parts of Hinako. But A reading that just occurred to me is the fox bringing along his followers in triumph. And that Inari-sama, or the fox deity at the head of the clan, thinks he's already won because he's got Hinako. But what ends up being their downfall is Hinako's inner conflict, which was there, but catalyzed into a full confrontation by the Kakura Makakura. So it's Hinako's inner struggle that ends up thwarting the Fox Clan's plans. This is, like, to me, the hardest puzzle in the game because it involves, there's so many different holes that you can put them into, and you have to closely read and interpret it and figure out, like, and then you have to look at the mural and figure out which fox represents what, or which hole. So this one involves putting the birds in conflicting, like one fox is going with the procession and then putting one bird in a way that it's resisting or escaping, and then the fox leading its followers along in triumph. And you can see me trying to figure it out. I've never memorized this puzzle. It's different, again, depending on which ending you're getting, and not your puzzle difficulty. The only thing the puzzle difficulty will do is, like, highlight some words. If it's uneasy, it'll highlight some words in the puzzle to give you the answer. I think this is me standing still while I Google the solution to this puzzle. Side note, don't use ChatGPT for video game guides and solutions because it gets very easily confused by all of the information, and I don't think it has a way of like getting to know the video game for all the text it eats up. All the human written guides it eats up don't, like, give it a comprehensive understanding of the video game it's talking about, so it'll, like, it can regurgitate words, but it gets context very wrong and it gets things out of order. Anyway, that was our solution. And now we can proceed forth into this most exciting ceremony that Fox Mask is telling us about. I forgot to finish my thought earlier about profiting from disasters, but what I meant is that if certain other deities get control over the area, disasters happen. Like the water dragon, Inari holds them at bay. So the clan can potentially profit from protecting people from natural disasters like geysers. This is yours. We are exchanging rings. Now, you as well. Now then, shall we begin? Yes. And they place the ring into the corresponding side of the statue. exchange rings. Actually, I'm not certain what they were doing. Were they just putting their fingers inside? This is the final rite. You have done well to come this far. It's because of you that I made it here. Soon all will be complete. Yes. Almost done. And back to the other Hinako, who sees a bloody pair of sandals in front of her. Her parents' footwear. She's in a pool of her own parents' blood, which is gruesome. I don't mean to make light of it. I can see Kashimashi lurking about. You took everything. You took everything from me. All of this is your fault. I just ran right past those Kashimashi. This is the part where we unleash Hinako's rage. I won't let you get away with this. Never. Never. This is where the combat system kind of justifies itself. You're going to suffer. It's your fault. It's all your fault. We basically just... You took everything I cared about from me. We basically just commit a vengeful massacre. Now try to take me. I'm not going to make this easy for you. I guess it kind of speaks for itself with what she's saying. We're basically required to commit a vengeful, rebellious massacre against these creatures. And we're vowing to kill the Shiromuku, the fog monster. Die. I want everything standing in my way dead. So we're no longer just fighting these strange, murderous creatures to survive. All of our struggles so far against the monsters are coming to a head. Instead of being hunted, we're the hunter. And rather than being perplexed and scared about these things we don't understand, we know exactly who these monsters are and what they are, and we are just going apeshit on them and massacring them and saying fuck you. And so in this way, this Hinako is becoming a killer. She's no longer trying to escape. She's no longer trying to just survive. She's found a certain will in this hell that she's in. She's sort of, despite what a terrible situation it is, and how much mourning she's expressing about everything she's lost, she now feels a purpose in this hell, which is to kill. So she is she is very much under a certain delusion, but she's also achieved a level of clarity that she was supposed to achieve, a level of emotional clarity, which is a sort of fuck this. And that's not necessarily to be taken as the final, as a stage of pure enlightenment. Look at this. It's all a mess. She's angry about what her town has become. And what that sort of means is like her life, her previous life. It's been bloodied and infested and destroyed. Her loved ones have been killed. Her friends have been killed. And that's why I think that the first playthrough of this game counts. Give it back. Give back everything you've taken from me. The game has more lore to offer, but I think that something you should be comfortable with in general is not understanding everything. And in fact, there are many genres, and there are many genres where it's normal, and it's even the point to not know quite what happened or why. But I think that the first playthrough of this game is perfectly self-contained and complete and effective, because you come away knowing what the struggle was, what the emotions of the character was, the type of people, the type of real life struggles and people that it's about in this case. I mean, when I beat it, I was like, holy shit. I was like, so, first of all, I was so blown away by how much I didn't know, but how insane it all was, like how much insane shit was clearly going on. But I also knew exactly what it was about. This game is a scream of rage. In the first game in particular, it's a woman who I knew that she was sold into marriage, that she's being treated like a commodity, that she is angry. She is, sure, a little naive, and some of her anger has led to distorted thoughts and a sort of general hatreds and resentments, as it is normal for teenagers to have. No, leave my town alone. But it felt like a complete scream of rage that made total sense. I didn't know what happened, but I knew exactly what it was about. And you have to learn to be comfortable with an open-ended conclusion, with a story that isn't wrapped up, because honestly, in life, that's how most things are. You'll deal with a lot of nightmares in life that you don't get answers to, but you have no choice but to make meaning of them or leave them behind. But what I felt was, well, what's Hinako gonna do now? What would I do in a situation like Hinako's? Probably won't experience anything as literally nightmarish or surreal as Hinako's situation, but you know, name Shimizu Hinako, last seen wearing colored uniform, colored skirt, details of disappearance, left home, met with, wearing a I won't end up like this, ever, she says of the missing persons poster we just read that has her own face on it. Whereas before I think it was Mayumi, the previously disappeared girl, spirited away by the Tsunekis. But, I'm trying to think of, as I was saying about the ending, there are some art that it leaves you to kind of, like you grieve for the characters, you worry about them, you're anxious, you're scared, you want to know what happened, or like, is she going to be okay? Is everyone going to be okay? Why did this happen? And it can be challenging, but I personally prefer a story that leaves me to, I think the point, or the best way to, yeah, I'll say the point. Like, the point is that the story, you're going to suffer, she says, killing an Irohihi. The point is, that it's your fault. It's all your fault. She screams at the monsters as she kills them. I keep interrupting myself with Hinako's dialogue. The point is that discomfort, it's that feeling of agency, and I think people they don't feel like they've had a fun time if they're left with the agency, with the task of settling their own emotions about a story. But I think to be a strong, smart, moral, and capable person, you have to be comfortable with agency that comes from settling emotional discord and reconciling ideas on your own. In this case, those that are present in Hinako's story and the world of Silent Hill and Silent Hill F. You know, I don't believe that this story is something to be consumed, like you need all the lore given to you in one playthrough. So as we approach Shizuruya, Hinako has another one of her headaches, and the Shiromuku awaits us, towering over us. All we want to do is beat it to death. How could you do that to my father, my mother? You're gonna pay for this. And it grabs us, lifts us off the ground. Let me go. I suspected this would happen. Junko, please. What you're doing is incredibly rude, but then you should already know that by now. Kill her. Kill her. Do it. Junko, why? This is for your own good. Now die. And it squeezes the life out of us. It's so grotesque that the Shiromuku can kill just by a squeeze of its hand, of its massive, brutal fox arm. And we're back in the dark shrine, seeing what happened while we were rampaging down the slope. Among these hundreds of fox statues. Oh my, she truly is a vision, child of the mortal world. You are most fortunate. Such a feeble bride. Welcome. May you find peace in the days ahead. Tsunekis speak of us as immortal. They are more than mortal, at least as they see it. We approach a giant altar. We've never seen a sight like this in the Silent Hill game. It's really pretty. We approach the altar together. Just like the altar from our first visit to the Dark Shrine. Now apparently these are part of a 20th century Shinto ceremony. The Gaming Muse has a good video on it. Apparently these ceremonies are much more recognizable if you're Japanese and you're familiar with this stuff. I don't know about this exactly. The antlers kind of threw me for a loop. Maybe they're branches, but they look like antlers to me. If they're branches, that makes sense. But apparently, even the first ceremony is clearly something that has to do with weddings. This scene is pretty crazy. It's definitely not the wildest scene in the game, but I did not expect such elaborate, beautiful cutscenes in this game. I'm really glad that they invested some of their probably somewhat lower than budget into this. Now we see the red mist flowing out as if part of the ceremony. And we succumb to the inner growth of the red flowers. Trypophobia warning, I forgot to warn you. Oh, this is so gross, but so beautiful. Trypophobia is weird for me because it's like gross and weird, but it also is weirdly satisfying. Oh, and the way she collapses into a mass of flowers, no longer even shaped like a human. This is like the first time we see the red flowers entering the dark shrine, and they shut off. Our face is completely peeled off, and it reveals that we are the Shiromuku. We are the fog monster. that has been pursuing our other self the whole game, in defiance of the rules of time. Now say your farewells. I sincerely hope you find happiness, truly. I found that line so chilling when I first played because of how disgusting and evil and gross everything going on is. And in the midst of it all, I'm being wished happiness. And in our wake, the flowers bloom behind us. It's interesting that the red flowers bloom only there, in the dark shrine. Again, sort of reinforcing the motif of the connection between the worlds of the life and of the living and the dead. I think that the motif kind of signals, it seems like in a sort of ritual way, or a magical way, that the red flowers are like the medium of passage between the dark shrine and Abisugaoka, Hinako's Abisugaoka. Now it's interesting at this part that as we play as Hinako, we are back to her fox arm self. I'm guessing that that's practical. The town, it's beautiful. Hinako remarks, man, this really is gorgeous. This is maybe the best looking section of the game. The way the sunlight is done in particular. And it's gonna get better too. I'm guessing it's practical that we're Fox Arm Hinako again to sort of represent the Shiromuku, because it might have been tough to design gameplay as the Shiromuku, and it might also have ruined the tone. And I actually think it works better for where this section climaxes. So our doll is sitting on a rock, and it warns us, don't go that way. It doesn't want us to go home, and that causes the world to go dark, and the monsters of the dark shrine to rush at us, attempting to kill us. Again, I thought that perfect dodge looked so badass. I love going kind of like dodging under their blade, so Matrix-like, and I absolutely know people are like, what the hell is that doing in a Silent Hill game, but it earned my admiration. Again, because this game has such a good vision. Do not get in my way. Our Hinako is equally determined, more confident, and in control of her emotions, and set on something just like the other Hinako, just like Shimizu Hinako. Only her current determination is, yes, this is my decision, is what Hinako says in response to seeing her missing persons poster. The other Hinako said, this will never be me, but this Hinako is disturbingly kind of confident. It shows that her decision is to go missing, to be spirited away, perhaps kidnapped or dead. And she's just like, this is my decision, this is what I want. And of course I've been saying she's seemingly under the influence of some kind of manipulation. But also she's so confident in herself and her own decision. And the only thing between her and her home is that childhood doll of hers, trying to convince her in a way that she does not find very convincing, because it's only using things that she's already aware of. Don't go that way. And it makes me think the doll is the one weaponizing the Dark Shrine monsters against her. They represent ritual and cultural traditions, I think, that could kind of stand in for doubts and fears that would stop her from going through. And they're referred to as evil spirits, and I think that you won't be able to see your father or mother anymore. This one is sad, and it was especially impactful when I knew what was going on. I was told, it might not be this way in all arranged marriages, but I was told generally with an arranged marriage, I just noticed the beautiful ghost flame flitting around the blue lights. That was gorgeous. This is absolutely beautiful. Like, this footage is, I've said it a million times, you don't notice how beautiful it is when you're playing it. No, but, what I was saying was, you won't be able to see your father and mother anymore. That is the case with arranged marriages, that you are now a member of the other family, and it's frowned upon for you to have relationship with your old family, because you're sort of property of the new family now. It is like really tragic to think about, and it appears to be the case with Hinako, that she is completely severing ties. It's not just like her naive, it's not just some kind of naive teenage angst about like, oh, I'm getting married, I'm dead, I'm a boring adult now. Time to go home, she says, kind of tauntingly, towards the doll that she has just defied. She doesn't care that she isn't going to see her father or mother anymore. She hated them in the first place, and I think that the Inari can use that to its advantage in convincing Hinako to go through with the marriage. The world is celebrating me. I should go see my parents. What a gruesome thought. This is where it gets really gorgeous. You could see me looking up at the sun earlier, and how the sun shines down with its kind of twilight hues. The fog is mixing with the light and the color of the flowers to take a sort of pinkish hue. And God, hats off for the visual design, especially in this section. Fox Mask referred to Sakuko as an evil spirit, kind of invading the Dark Shrine. And I think similarly the other monsters in the Dark Shrine might be something like that, like entities brought in to stop us from empowering the Tsuneki clan, but not certain about that. Another interesting theory about Sakuko is that she does have psychic powers, it seems. You won't be able to stay as you are now, says the doll. I wonder what the doll means by that, stay as you are now. Maybe the doll is saying, you feel powerful right now because of your newfound status, but you're just not going to stay that way. Maybe it means to say that this is our last breath of independence. No, but Sakuko is spiritually attuned, and I saw people saying that like actual Sakuko is kind of breaching the dark shrine world and trying to stop Hinako, and because Sakuko, Terror Devlin explains this in one of her videos. You should watch Terror Devlin's videos, but like it could be read as Sakuko herself, because Sakuko has aligned with the ancient tree religion, and that's her family's alignment through their shrine. Their shrine kind of is for worshipping things other than the Inari. It's the Senitsugi shrine. And one of these Oyamoi shows up and makes me beat the crap out of it and won't go down. I took it out though. I'm grateful for this arm I've been given. That's just the stock line. I don't know why I'm reading it. She says that. No, I think that I've already said it, but an important thing. Almost there. Almost home. You wonder why she's excited to go home and see her parents that she hates. ... Well, we will see in just a minute. After I look for items and notes, I didn't remember where all the notes were for new games, so I was scrounging for those. This is beautiful. The sunlight, it sets up such a crushing scene. Like it's such somber lighting. And there they are waiting for us. So happy for us. So sad. This scene makes me really emotional. Suddenly we're taller. Hinako, our beautiful girl. Come on, dear, look at her. This isn't your home anymore. Even if you come back alone, don't expect to be let in inside. He's so sad. Hinako bows wordlessly, deeply, and then grabs her parents' heads. And crushes them both in one hand each, with a menacing look, despite her lack of a face. That scene is just so crushing and sad, like how happy her mother is and her dad being sad to never see her again. I personally hate goodbyes. And her dad also probably feeling guilty and regretful that he did what he did. We awaken in the dark shrine. Help Shimizu Hinako, please, says the doll. And now we are here as Shimizu Hinako. Our killing has only transported us to the so-called land of the dead. It turns out we still have a fighting chance. In fact, maybe our killing was just what we needed to complete our mission. Maybe this is our best chance at retribution and rebellion. Now there are ghost flames hovering around the dark shrine. It's become more clean. The road twists and turns. It's like I'm walking through my head. Hinako seems to be de-realizing. Maybe she's sort of getting the sense that she is inside of her own soul. That she's inside a more personal landscape. That she does know this place. Here the doll is, transported to this little altar. Now you'll help me destroy it all, won't you? So on track to this ending, she sees the doll, the Tsukumagami spirit, as an ally, and she's doing just what it wants her to do, to resist this wedding. And that's not to say that submitting to the arranged marriage to this wealthy cult or cult-like thing is the right thing. Not that she's wrong to hate this situation. You won't let me pass? Well, you asked for it. She sounds like Heather Mason. Actually, she is like, she can be very blunt in the meaning of what she says sometimes. It reminds me very much of Heather Mason, just a lot of teenage determination. And I don't say that condescendingly, just a lot of moral clarity that people tend to have when they're young. A lot of conviction. And as for the women are treated no differently than animals, that was the anti-woke crowd obviously hated that line. And a lot of people who aren't necessarily the anti-wokes, but they're like the things need to be subtle, which I do understand, like, I do believe that, but it made sense to me because when I was a teenager, I was a very rebellious one. You're in my way again. Fine, I'll keep doing this. I'll paint this place red with your blood. I wasn't rebellious in the sense of actually rebelling. I was pretty straight-laced. I mean, I did, get into trouble, but normal, like average amounts of teenage trouble, and, but, I wanted to do really good at school, so that saved me, but, no, but I was definitely, I was exactly the type of teenager who would say women are treated like animals. I I would say that I would say that kids or youth are treated like animals. I'm pretty sure I would say exactly that when I was a teenager, because I was again, I had a lot of conviction. And I mean, I was right, I was perceptive in what I was seeing, I was angry about, I started learning about, like, oppression in the world and all the terrible atrocities that have happened, and I would say things straight up, and I understood, it was sometimes just like it was like a thing where I can't do something with poor judgment, so, oh, I'm being oppressed. It was sometimes, like, teenagers can be like that, but also children, it's kind of a luck of the draw sometimes with what situation they're in, and children don't have a lot of power, and they can very easily be mistreated with no recourse. So yeah, this is it. No turning back now, says Hinako. But my point is that, like, it is extremely normal and realistic for teenagers to make declarations like women are treated no differently than animals. It is not some kind of like, hey, these are the themes of my game. It's not like that. I think that people call it unsubtle because they are uncomfortable with a game having these political themes. Now, why you would want something like Silent Hill to be a escapist comfort game is beyond me, because on a visceral level, you're having your cortisol spiked while you play a horror game, and especially a Silent Hill game, which is just constant oppressive dread. It's like you want to feel a lot, but there's certain feelings that you don't want to have because they might make you question things. They might make you question your social relationships and things like that. I don't mean to preach, I just something I think about in this part of the game where Hinako is being she's acting and speaking with insane amounts of conviction and certainty. And it's one, because she is a person who has been subjected to terrible circumstances. And that's the thing, is that, like, it actually is, I feel like we're taught that, like, being political, being quote-unquote woke, is something that, like, blue-haired people, in, like, some kind of subculture who are trying to show off, and or, like, academics, like, people who are just well-off and comfortable, and they go to school and they learn all these terms. That's what we're taught, and that is a wrong and terrible thing to teach, because the point behind teaching people things like that is to teach them that it is unvirtuous to know, to believe the truth, to believe the evidence of your eyes about the circumstances you're in, and to articulate that and to try to change it. The reason people will say things like women are treated no differently than animals is because they've probably been in a situation or witnessed a situation where it seems to be a pattern that women are treated no differently than animals. And you can do that too. If you have been subject to mistreatment, you are capable of perceiving and asking questions and trying to learn more and coming to conclusions or understanding about it. I hate this idea that people need to be stupid to be virtuous. You're not stupid. I don't like I have trouble with some of the misuse of the term gaslighting, but in the way it's commonly used, like, I feel like calling articulateness woke. Oh, by the way, look at this blood stain. There's like a splat of Sakuko's blood here and over there. I wonder if there's two of them, as like evidence of the cyclical structure of this game, or if it's just like blood everywhere because we were fighting all over. I don't know. No, but I feel like let's do this. Shimizu Hinako, says Hinako. I feel like it is somewhat like what we understand commonly to be gaslighting, to be told that if you have anything political to say, anything quote unquote political, because a lot of like non-political stuff is political by nature, like games shouldn't include trans people, is an extremely politics and games things to say. But yeah, you're being gaslit in that way. If you think that it's wrong to articulate and to represent people's understandings of the unfair and evil situations that they are subjected to. So, here I am in this tranquil garden, which is full of weapons that were laid out for us. And I like that the doll is sitting over there by the altar thing, or the water, the well that we bathed in and drank from earlier. Kind of like, hey girl, I got you, here's a whole bunch of weapons. The doll is representing Tsukumagami, which is discarded tools, which includes all of the weapons we've busted over monsters' heads. And now we take a stroll through all the sections of the dark shrine we've been through before. Quiet, peaceful, and alone. The candlelight is tranquil, and one of the candles goes out, which is interesting. And we approach the final section of the dark shrine as Shimizu Hinako. And they wanted the new Hinako, I guess Tsuneki Hinako. But they're getting Shimizu Hinako right now, and they don't know what's coming. I can't believe we're already here, and that I've whispered for almost 13 hours about this game so far. See, there's that leaf that is the symbol of the Tsuneki clan, and it opens for us. Maybe thinking we are the Hinako that was just in here. I wanted to point out the time loop in the transformation and the killing of the parents. It seems to be happening cyclically, but I'll talk more about that later. Impossible. You still cling to life. Junko, how could you be on their side? You don't understand how I feel. Calm down. Do you understand why you're here? Think. I don't know. Where am I? I don't like it here. It feels bad. I want to go home. She throws back some pills. What is that you're taking? How long have you been taking those? Is it really okay for you to take that much? Yes, I'm fine. These things help me calm down. Stop that right now. You shouldn't take those anymore. Leave me alone. Junko is frozen in time, so we can smash the altar with our trusty pipe. Finally, the ultimate catharsis. I love how the pipe is used in cutscenes in this game. This is what caused it all. Bam. Hysterical screaming of rage. Is it over? Have we won? The fog rolls in. The fog from outside, where the other Hinako had just been. You took everything from me. The headaches subdue us again. Sakuko, Rinko, and Shu. You even took my parents. Shut up, you monster. I want myself back. Give back everything you've taken. Now we are in this divine realm of fog. This is also a first in a Silent Hill game. It feels like an arena from like a JRPG or a From Software game. Again, something very different, something you wouldn't ask for. Get up. Aren't you going to kill me? She's like taunting it. And it begins using the flower as a weapon. It's a beautiful effect on its swipes. Oh, and I even got in a counterattack there. A fun fact is that if you die during this fight, Hinako just gets right back up. So you can't lose this fight. Hinako is so determined she refuses to die. Come on, let's see which one of us lives. I just love, this is an expression of the game's individual vision that is going to do a great action fantasy type fight. We are in the divine realm and we are at a moment of clarity, and all the endings in this game take us to a place that sort of feels clean and grand and divine. And I think that represents one that we are facing the gods in their, or at least their entities, in their own domain, and also kind of represents clarity, that we are at a certain height of clarity. Obviously, Hinako is not at total clarity right now because of where this ends up, but it is a significant level of conviction and clarity about her social situation. Also, a cool thing is that mixed into this song that plays during this fight is a siren, like a traditional air raid siren from the old Silent Hill games, which is pretty neat. It feels really cool, like a culmination of 26 years. We're fighting our final boss to the sound of a siren, which was heard far, far away across the world in totally different circumstances, but is part of the same grand story. And air raid sirens are a global thing. They're not just in America. In fact, you're less likely to ever hear an air raid siren at any point in history in America than you are in Asia. Sadly. Not sadly like I want America to be bombed or anything, just, you know what I mean. This thing really takes a beating. I've been whipping its ass with the knife and it's still alive. It's again a very well designed boss fight. It is a very good use of the combat system. The combat system is very solid in boss fights. Now finally I have brought this monster, my other self, down, and it dissolves into white light. Leaving us flailing. I'm done with this place. I can't. I hate it here. I hate all of it. Every part. I'll destroy it all. She's screaming throughout this whole part. It's very hard to translate it into ASMR without sounding silly. Especially it will be with the final line. I'll destroy it all. No. We are switching without reason. Wait, what is going on? What the hell are you doing? Why are you... Hey, are you insane? Shut up. Out of my way, Hinako says to these panicked voices we're hearing. You'll regret getting in my way. Leave me. Leave us the hell alone. Wait, everyone, just hold on. I'll speak to Hinako. Hinako, why? Why are you doing this? I thought I showed you. I understand you. I care for you. I think that's Shu's voice. Now we're in Hinako's house. By the way, don't fight during this part, just run. Hinako, we made a promise to each other, didn't we? You traitor. And that was Sakuko. Why are you doing this? Please stop. You stole Shu from me. I'll never forgive you. I'm sorry, Hinako. I'm so sorry. I messed up. I didn't think have. Stop it. Stop talking like my friends, Hinako says. She's clearly doing something awful. Now we see the exit of the dark shrine. Red pills littering the floor. Just need to hold out a bit longer. The red pills grow larger and larger. Our vision distorts. Our headache threatens to consume us, and we burst out of the front doors of the shrine, where red lights are flashing throughout the whole realm, and the sound of distorted police sirens is blaring. Hinako threatens to collapse again, but she struggles to stay awake. And here it is, the Shiromuku, not dead, still just as alive as before. Get out of our way. Get out of our way, she screams. And the credits roll. And that is the first ending of Silent Hill F. And we get to see the lyrics to the theme song by Oi Uta. To be brought to this world, born in shackles, she must be. Is the first line. I'm having trouble reading it, but this is a really great song. It's somewhat of a cover. It's like built on an existing folk song that has to do with marriage. You can look it up. I think copyright is part of the reason that they didn't release the soundtrack, which is really sad, and I hope that they figure out a way to put the soundtrack out. But it's really cool. You get to like see the lyrics, and it also has this middle part with this woman doing like spoken word, which is really beautiful and haunting. And it's a really great, I just remember when I first beat it, I was like, holy shit. And then this song starts playing, and it's really like somber and sad. And you're still wondering like what the hell happened. But I don't know, I felt it. I was like kind of devastated. I was like, that is insane and sad. And I was remembering like what Hinako did to her parents near the end, and yeah. But it reminds me of like a downbeat Nancy Sinatra song, the middle part, or like a Serge Gainsborough song. Sort of like Summer Wine with Nancy Sinatra. To be clear, it is very Japanese, it's enka, but that's just like, with my American frame of reference, what it sounded like to me. And I wish I could remember the name of the song it's based on. But it's really great. It sounds similar in idiom to like Silent Hill 1 music. Now here's the post-credits scene. Yonikawa 2 to HQ. We've got 2 male victims here. Same female suspect as in the wedding massacre on Route 8. 1 victim is currently in cardiac arrest. Kaguracha 1 to HQ. We haven't found the knife used by the suspect at the scene. Chances are good that it's still in the suspect's possession. We'd better consider her armed. Over. Attention all departments, this is HQ. Female suspect is in her 20s and wearing a wedding dress. Height is a little over 160 centimeters. Last seen fleeing Tsunoyoshi Shrine. Believed to be armed and highly dangerous. Exercise extreme caution. Come in HQ, this is Kaguracho 1. It appears the suspect was observed consuming red and white capsules at the scene of the crime. Kaguracho 1, this is HQ. Do the capsules match the ones discovered at the wedding venue? Over. HQ, this is Kaguracho 1. Affirmative. We saw a bloody pipe. Some pills on the ground and blood everywhere. And that's about all we see of the real world in this game. And what I love about it is that it's left entirely to your imagination how the massacre played out, what it looks like. It's like, the way I see it, during the massacre we are hearing the voices from the outside of Hinako's head. So I don't think we're literally, I don't think our actions in the real world are synced to what we're doing when we're escaping the Dark Shrine. I think that part of inner Hinako, Shimizu Hinako, part of what she's deciding and the conclusion she's coming to are sort of going to the conscious mind of real Hinako. So we're synced in that regard, but we don't really see how Hinako is killing them, what the scene looks like. Which is, yeah, we get that one glimpse in that post-credits scene of the actual crime scene. We know that she used a pipe, and we hear that she's also carrying a knife and using that, which is scary and brutal, both weapons that we've used in the game. And there's one other possible glimpse in one of the endings, but I think we're still seeing through the veil of Hinako's soulscape or mindscape or drug trip. And that is in the Fox What's Its Tail ending, when she says to Shu, like, you look weird in that, and Shu says it back, or maybe it's the other way around. But then we hear I don't know. Speaking of that, I think I am going to do a third part of this that covers New Game Plus. But it will be cut up into it'll just cover the new content, so it's not going to be like one continuous playthrough like this is. Because while I've said, of course, that I think the first playthrough counts as a complete story, you haven't really... New Game Plus is more of a continuation of the story than a repeat of it. Only you're playing basically the same journey, but you're revisiting it and uncovering new layers of the world. The new notes are especially important. The cutscenes are changed to give hints about what's going on and to reflect the different choices that Hinako is making. And the side quests reveal more about the world, and they also reveal the different powers and guidance that Hinako can draw upon to bring this story to a different conclusion. Not one that is necessarily, ones with a different body count, certainly, so probably all better than what we just saw, but New Game Plus is really valuable because I think New Game Plus kind of if you're a Silent Hill fan, it contains a lot of the stuff that puts the story in context and is kind of relevant to the rest of the games in terms of the metaphysics. Like, this game gives you a lot to reflect on the mysteries and forces that, and philosophy that guide the other games and their characters. It's a vantage point, is the way I see it. So I'm gonna start chopping that up and see if I can come up with something good. Now, if you've made it here, I thank you so much for listening to so many hours of my voice. I could continue talking for hours about this game, but I'll have to leave it here for now. Excuse the cat sounds in the background. As always, please leave a like. It helps. And subscribe if you're not. I will be doing more traditional ASMR and more playthroughs of future Silent Hill games. These are a lot of work. Leave a comment as well. I will chat with you in the comments. I would love to hear your thoughts. I would love to hear feedback. Or just your shitposting, because I'm very amused by that. With all that, I will say, don't get lost in the fog, and good night.